Everyone believed that becoming a hero required a powerful quirk. Izuku Midoriya believed something different. From the day he was told he was quirkless, the world expected him to give up on his dream. Teachers pitied him. Classmates mocked him. Even the people closest to him thought becoming a pro-hero was impossible. But heroes come in many forms. Some rely on incredible strength. Others depend on intelligence, technology, or years of training. So Izuku asked himself a simple question. If a hero can master their body, why can't they master the sword? That single thought changed everything. Instead of chasing a miracle, Izuku picked up a blade. One swing became 100. 100 became 1,000. Days turned into months, and months into years of relentless training. Every cut, every failure, and every drop of sweat forged a determination stronger than any quirk. Fate would eventually place him on the path of the legendary swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk, where Izuku would begin learning the fearsome three-sword style, a style few could even comprehend, let alone master. Now, armed with nothing but steel, skill, and an unbreakable will, the quirkless boy once dismissed by the world sets out to prove a single truth. A hero isn't defined by the power they are born with. A hero is defined by the strength of their resolve. This is the story of Izuku Midoriya, the quirkless hero who would carve his name into history as both the #1 hero and the world's greatest swordsman. Let's go. Before we dive in, if you enjoy dark, powerful what-if stories like this, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss the next upload. Your support helps bring more stories like this to life, and it only takes a second. Now, let's begin.
Years ago, the human race started to change drastically that will at first topple their society, but then rise into something amazing. What started in China with a newborn baby glowing like a bright light spread across the globe, people started to gain superhuman abilities that you would only see in comic books. In this new superhuman society with 80% of the population having some canny ability called a quirk ranging to useful to useless, a new popular profession will start to rise called heroes. Heroes started to appear out of nowhere to stop those would use their new powers for selfish deeds or any other kind of evil purpose. Then the governments of the world started to make being a hero a job to help maintain the peace. A young boy will see these heroes help people and wants nothing more than to be a hero as well and help people with a smile on his face. His name is Izuku Midoriya, and he is 4 years old right now, the age when people start having their quirks begin to show. He has black hair with green highlights, freckles on his cheeks that make a diamond pattern, big green eyes, and is a hero fanboy. He is a fan of so many different heroes, but he wants to be like his own personal hero All Might, who is a giant of a man with a smile on his face and literally can save 100 people in less than 10 minutes. All Might is the current #1 hero and symbol of peace, and it is Izuku's goal and dream to be the next top hero, and his story starts now. Early morning. Wake up, it's time. A person is shifting in their bed, starting to wake up at this child's loud calls. This is Inko Midoriya and the mother of Izuku Midoriya. She is a beautiful young woman with long light green hair and green eyes. Izuku seems to take a lot after his mother because he is a cute child and has a good chance of growing up into a handsome young man if he has enough of his mother's side of the gene pool. Her quirk gives her the ability to lift up objects with her mind. The drawback, however, is there is a limit on how heavy the object she can lift. As of right now, after training, she can actually lift up her son because she loves playing with him and helping him play as a hero who can fly. Hold on, sweetie, I'm getting up. And what do you mean it's time? It's time to see what my quirk will be. Izuku is vibrating in excitement at the foot of his mother's bed. Oh, that's right, today's the day we go to the doctor. All right, just give me a moment to get ready and make breakfast. Okay, Mom. Then Izuku runs to help set the table. An hour and a half later, after getting ready and had their bellies filled with breakfast, the parent and child are at the doctor's office waiting room. Are you excited to see what quirk you will get, sweetie? Yep, Izuku says, looking up at her. I hope it will be useful enough to be a hero. I think it will be useful no matter what, Inko smiles. Are the Midoriyas ready? A voice calls out. Yes, we are. Let's go, Izuku. Izuku's jumping up and down, ready for what happens next. Later. Izuku was not ready. I'm sorry, but it's not going to happen. A fat doctor wearing green goggles and has a big mustache says. Oh no, is something wrong? Inko asks while Izuku is in shock. Well, you see, when quirks started to appear, the government started doing tests to see who can and cannot get a quirk and to see what links people and their quirks. The doctor pulls out a chart. They found out that the joints in the pinky toe are related to quirks. The human pinky toe used to have 2 joints, but after quirks they started to mutate to only have 1. If a person has 2, then they are quickness. Izuku here has 2 from this X-ray we took earlier. He says with a bored tone. Inko then got visibly upset. Sir, with all due respect, that method is outdated and is no longer viable. There have been a lot of cases where this method did not work, and there are also people with mutant or transformation type quirks that change the bones in their feet. They should be some blood work done, muscle tests done, and brain wave tests to see if a person has a transformation or emitter type quirk. Inko was a nurse at a different hospital. They only went to this one because the one she worked at is having their childcare wing going under reconstruction to have a little play place and updated tech in the examination rooms. The doctor just shrugged and said, "Look, I've been doing this for years and I haven't had any problems like those come up, and I have been right so far. You are just gonna have to accept that the brat is quirkless." This got Inko madder, and before she broke anything, either something in the room or the doctor's bones, she took Izuku and left the room. "Mom, am I really quirkless?" Izuku looked up with watery eyes. Inko changed her expression from angry to kind. "I don't believe so, Izuku. That quack of a doctor was just lazy to do any other tests. We will go to a competent doctor," and then left the building. However, things will not go the way Inko or Izuku wants. All other doctors' offices saw Izuku's charts and saw it said quirkless. Apparently the first doctor updated Izuku's chart when they left and got his digital files updated as well to say he is quirkless. No doctor's offices wanted to do any actual tests because they believed the other tests were done and that Inko was just trying to run away from reality for her child by giving him lost hope. After the hospital Inko works at got done with their update, she was shocked to find that they no longer do quirk examinations anymore to focus on more serious injuries or illnesses. Inko had no more options left. The only bright side was that she was able to shut down the quack's office for malpractice and got the man fired and arrested. Later in the Midoriya's apartment, Izuku was watching an old All Might video of him saving people with the lights off, and Inko looking in through the doorway. "Sweetie, are you all right?" Izuku then turned around and surprised Inko. He was not crying like she thought. Instead, she saw in his slightly watered eyes a fire full of determination. "Mom, do you think I can still be a hero?" "Because I still do." Izuku then turned to the video. "I might not be able to be as powerful as All Might, but I think with training I could still see me being one." Izuku then switched to a bunch of different videos of other heroes. All these other heroes either have a non-combat type quirks or a quirks that needs a support item. Some even carry weapons and tools that don't even need their quirks to use them. If I train hard, master something like a sword, and practice like no tomorrow, do you think I can still be a hero? He turned to look at her once again with hope. Inko thought about it and was thinking about apologizing to Izuku for not having a quirk or not being able to give him one, but instead looked into Izuku's eyes again. She saw once again the fire of determination in his eyes as well as something else. Hope, courage, and a light so bright that Inko forgot about apologizing. "It might not be easy, but I think you can, and I will do my best to help you," Inko said with watery eyes and proud smile. Izuku also smiled to his mother, and she then said, "I will look up some classes you can take to train you, but is there anything that interests you?" Izuku looked back to the screen and saw one hero hold a Japanese katana. "I want to train with some swords, mama. That way I not only would I be able to subdue evildoers, but also defend myself." Inko was happy that Izuku didn't just want a way to fight, but to help keep him safe as well. "Alright, sweetie, I will look into it, but to start your new journey with a nice start, let's have some of your favorite dish for dinner tonight, Katsudon. I will also need your help to make it, so go wash your hands." Izuku then smiled with stars in his eyes and ran off to the sink. "Alright, mama, thank you." As Inko was about to walk towards the kitchen, she looked back at the computer screen that was playing the video of the hero with the sword and said, "I don't know why, but I believe that you will become a great swordsman and hero, my little Izuku." 2 days later, Izuku was in the playground with his best friend Katsuki Baku. "Yo nerd, I heard that you don't have a quirk." I always knew that you were a worthless Deku. Bakugo then punched his hands and released a small explosion. While it may be true Kaken that won't stop me from being a hero, all I need to do is train. This angered Bakugo and then they started to fight. Since it was announced that Izuku was quirkless to his preschool class, he was constantly being picked on. Izuku didn't let that bother him, but what did was that Bakugo also changed and picked on him as well. Izuku always stood up for himself but was saddened that his friend was no longer how he once was. Despite this, Izuku will try to save their friendship with Bakugo and save his childhood friend from turning into a bully. Thankfully, after 2 weeks of always standing up to Bakugo and stopping him from bullying other kids caused Bakugo to kinda respect Izuku. He still would pick on him and occasionally tried to use an explosive punch on him, but to Izuku it gave him hope that Bakugo won't turn into something that wasn't like the hero that both Izuku and Bakugo wanted him to be. 1 week later, Inko was shopping with Izuku at their nearby shopping center getting the ingredients for tonight's dinner and dinner for the next few days. Izuku was happy because he just got a new All Might action figure and a new kendo wood training sword that his mom got him for his good grades. He just needs to wait till they get home before she will hand them to him. The teachers at Izuku's preschool don't grade him any different ever since he was announced as quirkless, because they know better than to anger his mother Inko lest they want to feel her wrath. They have heard how she was able to shut down that one doctor's office because they treated her child differently, so they knew to just grade Izuku like any other kid. The reason why Izuku was not playing with his new gifts is that Inko knows that if Izuku was given one of these things he would stop paying attention to his surroundings and might get lost, hurt, bump into people, or to be able to see any incoming danger, which will now turn out to be a great choice. As they were walking, Izuku spotted an old man who dropped some of his things in the street. He then saw a car with the driver talking on his phone about to hit the old man who was busy picking up his stuff to notice this. His eyes widened and started to run towards the old man without a second thought. "Izuku, what are you doing?" Inko yelled as her child took off like a rocket. Izuku did not say anything and continued to run to help this old man. Izuku started to strategize on how to help this old man from becoming a horrible mess on the side of the road. Thankfully the man was still close to the curb, so all he needed to do is pull him in instead of pushing because Izuku doubts he is strong enough to fully push him out of harm's way. So Izuku ran to the man's back and when Izuku got to him, he just pulled hard on his robe's back toward the sidewalk. The car speed by with the driver still unaware of what happened. Thankfully karma exists and he was pulled over by a police officer nearby who saw what happened. "Izuku, are you alright? You aren't hurt, are you?" asked Inko as she caught up and saw what happened. "I'm alright mom, I didn't get hurt or anything, but I didn't want this uncle here to get hurt," said Izuku as he was then pulled into a bear hug by his mother. The old man then sits up rubbing his back. "Oh, that's smart, I'm going to need a nice hot cup of tea later." The man then looks over to the parent and child combo. "Thank you young man, I did not see that driver and would have been hit if not for you." The old man stands up to thank his savior. The old man is somewhere in his mid-40s and early 50s, closer to about 54, with a bit of a belly and has long gray hair and beard that has 3 points, but no mustache. He is wearing sandals, a gray and dark red robe, and is carrying a messenger bag to carry his groceries. "I'm so happy that you are all right. My name is Midoriya Inko, and this is my son Izuku." Inko sets her son down so she can introduce him while showing a big smile. She is proud because of how Izuku did a brave and heroic act to help this old man from getting hurt. "How nice it is to meet you, my name is Iroh." The man now with his name known bows to them. As he rises from his bow, he notices the mother carrying a kendo training sword. "Oh, what's that you are carrying now?" he asks as he points at the sword in question. "Ah, this is my son's new training sword. I just bought him this so he can learn swordsmanship," Inko says as she looks over her shoulder at the item in question. "Then is he already signed up for a dojo to train him in swordplay already?" Iroh asks, hoping she says no. "No, not yet. I am still looking into dojos to sign him up for at the moment." Inko wonders why he is asking this. "That's great, now I know how to repay my young savior then. I actually own my own dojo nearby, and right at the moment I don't have many students so I can easily take him on and teach him to learn all kinds of sword play. My teaching method doesn't stick to just one style either, but on a few. Please give me this chance to repay you both for what he did. Inko was shocked at this and happy that she might have found a place to teach Izuku. However, there is one lingering thought stopping her from saying yes right now and having Izuku take his first step towards his dream. I would be happy with this, but there is one thing you need to know before we sign my son up. My son my son is quirkless. Inko looks down toward her son. Inko knows how the quirkless are treated and how soon people turn their backs on them. She is worried on how this man might react at hearing this. Being quirkless is also what stopped Inko from signing him up earlier because most if not all dojos do not take on quirkless students. Izuku is also looking down at his red shoes worrying on the same thing as his mother is. Izuku decides to be brave and slowly lift his head up to see how the man reacts, only to be surprised to see him give a kind warm smile. I see this will not be any sort of problem then, and you don't need to worry about how the other students might treat him. They know better than that, and if they somehow don't know, then I will personally drill this lesson on how to treat people into their heads. Iroh then shows off a big grin and a thumbs up. Really there is no problem at all? Inko asks, also shocked at this old man's kindness. Iroh bends down to try to be on the same level as Izuku. Of course. Now let this be your first lesson, little one. No matter how one looks or what they might lack in either ability or strength, they should not be judged on this. Instead, they should be judged on their actions, the words they choose to use themselves without outside influence, and most importantly. Iroh then slowly starts to point at Izuku's chest, more specifically the left side of his chest. Their heart and soul. The heart and soul of a person will, at least a little bit, shine through to let others know how bad they are or how good-natured they are. Izuku's eyes start to shine at these words this wise old man speaks of. Right now, I have seen both your actions and how your hearts acts in a dire situation. It would please me greatly to show my appreciation for you saving me to help train and tutor you. Iroh then stands back up to look at Inko again. Inko once again is proud of how her son acted and is happy that someone wise and kind like Iroh will help train Izuku to be the hero he wants to become. Hopefully Iroh might be the person to not only teach her son how to fight, but to also teach Izuku how to defend and protect himself so he always come out alright. Please let me teach him, Midoriya-san. Iroh once again bows towards Inko. Inko also bows towards this kind old man. No, please, it will mean the world to Izuku if you teach him. Oh ho, why is that? Iroh then strokes his beard. Because I want to be a hero no matter what. I will train so much that not only will I become the world's next greatest hero, but the world's greatest swordsman as well. Izuku says as he raises his fist in the air. Ha ha, what a fine goal, and I can already tell, you will become a great hero with how you saved me already. It would be my honor to help you with your dream. Iroh then starts to pat Izuku on his head. Thank you, Iroh-sensei. Izuku bows towards his new master. No need with that sensei stuff, just call me Iroh. Izuku tilts his head and starts to think how weird it would be to call his master by his name only. Then he gets an idea of what to call him. How about I call you Uncle Iroh? Iroh is surprised by this, but immediately starts to grin. That is fine, you can call me that if you want. Now when do you want to start training with me? Tomorrow please, if that's possible? Izuku exclaims. Tomorrow it is, then just let me give your mother the address to my dojo and we can sign you up when you both come by tomorrow. As the sun starts to set for the day, Inko and Izuku both bow and thank Iroh, then start walking back home. Iroh as well walks back to his home eager to get the paperwork ready for Inko to sign so he can start training Izuku as soon as possible. He can already tell that Izuku will become his greatest disciple already with how fast he was able to act. Not only that, but he also noticed that Izuku has a keen mind as well with how of instead shoving him out of the way he pulled him in instead. Pushing him might have caused him to hit another car in the other lane and would have hurt just as much as the careless driver would have. Iroh is already thinking of ways to train Izuku both physically and mentally as well. He has seen the kindness in Izuku and doesn't want the way the world treats the quirkless to destroy that kindness. Iroh looks up at the sky, already impatient in wanting to teach his new student. Tomorrow will be a great day indeed to start a hard-fought long journey. This is the start of the story of how Izuku Midoriya become the world's greatest swordsman and hero. The day after Izuku and Inko met Iroh. We see Izuku sitting on his knees in his new dojo uniform in Iroha's dojo waiting as Iroh is finishing up the paperwork with his mother. His new uniform is indigo-colored with a white belt and has a symbol of 2 cross swords on the left side of his chest. Izuku is excited to finally start training and can't wait any longer. The past few weeks he could only do light exercises for training because his mom was having a hard time finding a dojo to teach him. He is really thankful to Uncle Iroh for teaching him and hopes to not let him down. "Alright honey, you are all signed up, I hope you have a good time, and I will come by later to pick you up later." Inko then gave Izuku a quick hug before she left. "So, my student, are you ready to train?" Then Iroha's face wrinkles into a frown. "No, I don't like calling you just my student or Midoriya. Is it alright if I call you by your first name?" Izuku then nods happily. "Good, now Izuku, are you ready to begin training today?" Iroh asks as he stands in front of Izuku wearing a gray kimono while holding a bamboo sword in front of him. "I'm ready, Uncle Iroh, what are we going to do first?" Izuku asks as he looks up with excitement in his eyes. "Great! Now because we are starting out, we will do light exercises and some sword swinging. If you do a good job, I might have a little reward for you." Iroh then rests the bamboo sword on his shoulder and then has a smile grow on his face. "While we work out, I will also ask you some questions so I can figure out what I should teach you first." "Yes, sir." Izuku then stands up ready for Iroh to tell him what exercises he should do, while also wondering what he might ask him. They then both start to do some stretching to loosen their muscles, then start the workout by doing 20 push-ups, 20 sit-ups, and then drinking plenty of milk. Izuku was confused and asks about the milk, making Iroh laugh and say to him, "It is to help make strong bones, it is healthy to drink, and it is important to always be hydrated while working out." They then do some light jogging around the dojo to help work up a sweat and build up Izuku's stamina. "Uncle Iroh, why are you doing these exercises with me? I thought you would just stand and supervise." Izuku asks as they make their third lap. "What kind of teacher would I be if I could not do what I tell my students to do? It also helps keep me in good health and shape. I have been sitting down and drinking tea while not exercising for a little too long." Iroh explains as they make their fourth lap around. "It is also important to never forget the basics of training. They say that if you waste 2 days not training, that you lose about 3 or 4 days' worth, and I believe that. So, make sure you remember this lesson, Izuku, and also make sure you stretch after exercises as well, so that you don't get all stiff later." Izuku nods, already feeling like he is learning a lot of important stuff. As they finish their 20th lap, Iroh hands Izuku the bamboo sword, shows him the proper stance, and have him start swinging it as he asks him questions. "Izuku, if you don't mind me asking, why do you want to be a hero?" Iroh asks as he watches to make sure Izuku stays in the proper stance. "It is because I want to help people and support them when they need it with a smile on my face like All Might. If I can have a smile on my face, I can let people feel safe and assured that everything will be okay." Izuku beams as his arms start to sting a little after the 50th swing. "I like your answer, and if you train hard, I'm sure you can do that someday. Now why do you want to be a swordsman? There are other tools and weapons you could use. Heck, I thought that since you like All Might so much that you would have tried to learn boxing instead." Iroh asks as he strokes his beard, curious why Izuku wanted to learn the way of the sword. Izuku exclaims as he tilts his head trying to remember. After a second of just swinging, Izuku's head straightens up and looks toward Iroh. I remember it now. It was because I thought that swordsmanship looks not only very cool, but also very strong and beautiful. I saw on some video of some bad guys using swords on innocent people to steal their money, but when the villains used their swords, it looked very ugly and weak." Izuku says as he then looks forward with a serious expression at his own swings. But then a hero showed up with his own sword and took them down in an instant. It was beautiful to watch as he moved the blade like it was a part of him, and he showed great strength to not only take down the bad guys in one hit, but to also cut their swords in half. I then fell in love with swordsmanship at that moment. Izuku has stars in his eyes just remembering the video. Then his face went straight to sadness. After I watched the video about 40 times, I had to close it because it was time to have dinner. When I came back to watch it, I could not find it again no matter how hard I tried. I couldn't even find out who that hero was. That is also why I couldn't immediately remember why I wanted to learn how to use a sword. It has been a few months since I saw the video. After about the 84th swing, Izuku's arms start to sting more, now making it harder to swing the practice sword. Iroh looks at Izuku with a warm smile as he thinks, "I thought it earlier, but now I know for certain that Izuku already knows one of the most important things to being a great swordsman, and it is to also love almost every aspect of it. You must love and cherish the swords you use, love the style and way you move the swords, love the feeling of having the swords feel like they are part of your body, and love the strength that being one with your swords gives you." Iroh then has Izuku stop for a second to rest his arms. He also can see what those who just use a sword without care or concern look like. They only show ugliness and weakness when they don't properly use a sword. Those types of people never last long in a fight because they don't even care about how to use them properly, they don't even know the real weight behind wielding a sword. They only use swords as a means to an end to them, to try to steal and take what they want. However, it is only once when they lose the means that they see the error of their ways, but it is already the end for them. Iroh thinks sadly. "Alright Izuku, I gotta say you are doing well, and I just love the answers to my questions. After taking a break to sit and have some tea, I think you have more than enough earned that reward I talked about earlier." Iroh says as he starts to take out his tea set. Izuku is not only glad he can catch his breath, but also glad he has earned a reward as well. 30 minutes later. Both Izuku and Iroh are standing in the middle of the dojo after the tea break. Iroh has set to the left of Izuku near the entranceway a barrel full of wooden practice swords sticking out the top of it. Iroh then walks over to the barrel and pulls out one of the swords. "For your reward, I thought we could do a little practice match between the two of us," Iroh tells Izuku as he walks back to the center of the room, now armed with the practice sword. Izuku looks excited at first, but that look soon turns to confusion and concern. "But aren't you, like 1,000 times better than me since I just started today? Why would we do this? Wouldn't you win in like 4 seconds? Izuku asks as he tilts his head and scratches the back of it. Iroh then tilts his head back and laughs. "Ha ha ha, that is a good question. Also, I would win in about 2 seconds. Iroh then gives Izuku a smug grin. His face then returns to his regular smile and looks towards Izuku. This is not going to be anything like a duel, Izuku. The purpose of this is for you to try out how you want to hold and wield a sword. In this match I will also only be defending, not trying to attack and defeat you." Iroh then holds out the sword to the right of him. It is important to hold a sword that not only feels comfortable to wield, but also feels good to use in a way that feels like it is part of your own body, like an extension of yourself. Iroh then starts to swing and move the sword with clear movement and fluidity. To Izuku it looked like the sword Iroh was swinging was not just a tool, but a part of his body that looked and felt like it had always been there for years. It looked like just another limb that Iroh has. Had his whole life. Like he was born with this and was part of his whole being. Just like how a person's quirk is a part of them, but it takes time and practice to even use it properly without hurting yourself or destroying your surroundings. It is only after that practice and training that these things feel like another part of you. Izuku once again has stars in his eyes. He is both ready and excited to see how wielding a sword would feel like a part of him. He then walks towards the barrel ready to see what style of swordplay he will learn from this. That will become both natural to himself and like an extension to himself. As he digs through the barrel, he then thinks about something. Is it all right to wield multiple swords for this? Izuku asks as he looks back to Uncle Iroh. Of course it is. This is to find out what feels the best for you to hold. Iroh says as he sets both of his hands on the sword pommel, the bottom part of the sword's handle, while the blade points downwards. He then closes his eyes wondering if Izuku wants to try to dual wield swords. Izuku smiles and nods his head, then turns back at the barrel. Izuku didn't know why, but something in him compelled him to try it out. He reaches in and starts to grab 3 handfuls of practice swords. "I'm ready!" Izuku shouts, but sounds like his voice is a little muffled. Iroh opens his eyes to look at Izuku, only to have his eyes immediately bulge out in surprise. Izuku is standing in front of Iroh while trying to hold 3 swords in his left hand and 3 swords in his right. However, what really threw Iroh over the edge was that Izuku also had 3 swords in his mouth. He was holding the sword's handles in his mouth while the blade edges stuck out towards the left side of his head. Iroh then falls to the ground laughing his lungs out. He was rolling around and holding his sides because they hurt so much from laughing this hard. Ha 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 ha. WHRYUH holding so many swords? Iroh finally says after getting a chance to breathe. While still clutching his side, Iroh slowly rises to stand back up. The more swords I can wield, the stronger I can become, right? Izuku asks while slowly losing his grip from holding too many swords in his hands. Oh Izuku, that is not how it works. Iroh says while getting into a combat stance. Then he uses his sword to knock away the swords in Izuku's hands. Izuku is surprised at how Iroh was able to simply knock the swords away. The more swords one carries doesn't equal more power. Besides, it looks like you were having a hard time holding onto them with how easy it was to knock them away. After Iroh's strike, Izuku had even dropped the swords from his mouth with how uncomfortable they were. Remember what we talked about earlier, the only way to be good at swordplay is to be at one with your swords and be comfortable with the swords you carry. Iroh says as he gestures at Izuku's shaking hands. Now let us try that again, shall we? Izuku nods and starts to put some of the swords back in the barrel and wipes the handles with disinfectant that were in his mouth. He was raised to be a good clean boy by his mother, mind you. As he was doing this, he still has that lingering feeling from earlier. So, he leaves out only 3 of the practice swords. When Izuku stands back in the middle of the room, he still decides to try and wield the 3 swords he left out. 1 sword in each hand, and again he has 1 sword in his mouth. This time Izuku isn't struggling to hold on to them and likes this compromise much better. Iroh once again widens his eyes and is surprised by Izuku's choice but is not laughing again at the boy's choice at how many swords to wield. He also notices how Izuku is having a much easier time holding them, including the one he has in his mouth. Are you sure you want to try to fight with 3 swords? Iroh asks as he raises an eyebrow at Izuku. Yes, Uncle Iroh. Izuku says having a much easier time talking with 1 sword in his mouth instead of 3. Iroh then shrugs and gets into a defensive stance. Alrighty then, if you are okay with that then come at me. Izuku rushes in at Iroh swinging the swords at any opening he sees. Iroh, being a master of course, easily deflects these attacks. While deflecting, Iroh takes mental notes of how Izuku strikes at him. He isn't doing that bad even though this is his first time dual wielding, or is it tri-wielding? Iroh thinks as he steps back away from Izuku's right swing aiming for his legs. He is also instinctually attacking with 1 sword while the other sword is reeling back from an earlier attack. Iroh then parries a move Izuku made from using both swords. And he's even using the advantage of attacking with 2 swords for more powerful strikes on his opponent. Iroh smiles at how clever his student is. Then Iroh's eyes widen for the 3rd time in a row when he sees Izuku turn his head to try and attack with the sword in his mouth. Wow, he even is attacking from an unexpected angle with the sword he's using in his mouth. I didn't expect that to even work out that well. Iroh blocks again, then uses his strength to push Izuku back a few steps to get a good look at Izuku. This 4-year-old child is already as clever as kids in their second to last year in primary school, heck maybe as clever as them in their final year. Iroh then holds his hand out in front of Izuku and says, "Alright Izuku, I think that is enough for now." Izuku then exhales and drops to the floor. Impressively, he is still holding on to all 3 of the wooden swords. I got to say, Izuku, I'm impressed at how well you are able to use 3 swords. I don't know of anyone to even try to use 3 swords. I've seen 2 guys use 4 swords, but one had a quirk that gave him 4 arms while the other guy held 2 swords in each hand. He would hold the handles together and have the blade of one stick out of the top of his hand while the other blade sticks out the bottom. Why did you want to try and use 3 swords? Izuku looks at the practice swords in his hands and says, I don't know a logical reason why, but something instinctual in me said to use 3. Izuku then smiles and looks back up at Iroh. I'm really glad I decided to listen to it. It felt really good to hold these swords this way. Izuku then takes the sword out of his mouth and then starts to clean his drool off it. Iroh then smiles once again from the warmth that Izuku makes him feel from his heart. Well, Izuku, then it seems you have good instincts, however, be warned. Iroh's face then turns serious quickly. I do not know any kind of style that uses 3 swords, so I won't be able to teach you a style that does. Izuku's eyes widen at the problem that his master is pointing out. Then just as fast as his face turned serious, Iroh's face then went back into a smile. But I can help you make one. I can teach you how to create your own sword style. It will not be easy, but I can get you there. The real question is, do you want to? Iroh asks as he holds his hand out for Izuku. Izuku's eyes then explode into a sea of stars and immediately stands up to take his master's hand. Yes, Uncle Iroh, please help me create my 3-sword style. Izuku then holds onto Iroh's hand while his other hand clenches the 3 swords he had just used. Great then, Izuku, and I already like the name you gave to this new style, 3-sword style. Now it is almost time for your mother to pick you up. We didn't want you to train you hard on your first day, so we only wanted to set the pace to get you ready in the future. Now before you leave, do you have any questions for me? Iroh asks as they walk back towards the locker Izuku put his bag in. Oh yes, give me a quick few seconds. Izuku then starts to rummage through his bag and pulls out a notebook and a mechanical pencil. I've been meaning to ask you, what is your quirk? Iroh was surprised by this question and even more so at the notebook Izuku was opening. Hero Notes for the Future Volume 2? Iroh raises an eyebrow and then kindly smiles. Now what is this notebook, Izuku? Oh, this is my hero notebook that I use to help keep notes about heroes, their abilities, skills, and their quirks. Izuku then lifts up the object in question. This is Volume 2 because I just finished Volume 1, but I might have to rewrite that one. I used crayon to write this stuff down in, and it is not possible to erase any errors or mistakes. Izuku grins sheepishly and scratches the back of his head. Iroh is once again proud to have such a bright student. Alrighty then. Well, Izuku, it is good to take notes, for they will help you to remember not only the abilities and skills of others to see what you can learn from them, but to also keep track of your sword training. It may even help to write down ideas and moves for the new 3-sword style you wish to create. Iroh then pats Izuku's curly and fluffy dark green hair. Then to answer your question, I call my quirk fire bending. It lets me control fire and bend it to my will to make any form I want or even make it burn stronger and hotter. The drawback is that I cannot make my own fire and it requires some concentration to use it. Izuku then starts to rapidly write this info down, and it already writes about the strengths, weaknesses, and support items to help this quirk. Iroh smiles at Izuku as he makes him remember someone from his past. Iroh then shakes his head and pulls out a piece of paper. Here, Izuku, this paper will have your training schedule on it, so make sure to give it to your mother. Izuku grabs the paper and smiles. Yes, Uncle Iroh. It was right at that moment that Inko came in to pick up Izuku. Hi sweetie, how was your training? Inko bends down to hug Izuku. It was amazing, Mom. We trained, did a little sparring match, and Uncle Iroh says he will make me create a new sword style. Izuku says excitedly while hugging his mother, and then hands the paper to his mom. Ooh, that sounds like fun, and what do we have here? Ink then opens and reads the paper. That is the schedule for Izuku's training. Every weekday after school he will come into the dojo to train. He will also come in on Saturday, but he will have Sunday off to relax and have fun. Iroh tells Inko as he hands Izuku his bag. I look forward to teaching you, Izuku, and ready to help you create your new sword style. I do too, Uncle Iroh, and I can't wait for tomorrow to come by. Izuku then waves goodbye to Iroh and leaves with Inko holding his hand. For months later, Izuku has continued to train at Iroh's dojo and has even met the other students. Thankfully, they don't mock him for not having a quirk, so Izuku gets along with them even though there are only 6 other students. Izuku has continued training his body and keeps practicing his swinging with his new kendo sword even at home. Izuku is getting better at holding the 3 swords and is getting into shape thanks to Iroh's training. Iroh trains Izuku's body to stay in shape, his stamina so he has more energy and can fight longer, and even teaches Izuku both 1-sword style and 2-sword style. When Izuku asked Iroh why he needed to learn these other styles, Iroh told him, "It is to help prepare you when you have to fight in the real world. A smart opponent will try to knock your swords out of your hands and leave you defenseless. Training to use the other styles will help make sure you have options in a fight. I will even train you in hand-to-hand combat in case you don't even have any swords. Also, when I train you to use these other styles, I will teach you to use your non-dominant hand and become ambidextrous as well. That way, in case your dominant hand gets hurt, you can easily switch to the other one. Heck, I will even help teach you how to fight with only one sword in your mouth if you can't use your hands." Iroh explains happily to Izuku. So Izuku has been training to do just that, so that even if he has somewhere between having 3 swords or no swords, he will always have a way to fight back. To not make his leg muscles weaker than his arms, he does bench presses with them, leg presses, squats, lifts barbells with his back on the floor, and even wears ankle weights on them almost 24 to make sure he doesn't lose speed and flexibility. He trains in those aspects as well. He does yoga poses, regular sketches before and after every workout, and reads books on how to get more flexible. Izuku has even created some of his own ways to train. He lifts dumbbells with both hands and even lifts a dumbbell in his mouth to train as well. By lifting the dumbbell with his mouth, he trains it so that he has a better hold on the sword in his mouth. It makes his neck stronger and more flexible enough to swing the sword with his head and neck muscles. Finally, he even trains to not slobber over the handle so it doesn't slip out of his mouth or hand once he takes it out. When Izuku trains with his sword swings, he once again uses weights in his arms and adds weights to his kendo sword. He took some inspiration from movies and video games by swinging at falling leaves, trying to see how many he can hit in 10 seconds. So far his record is 21 hits. Another idea he got from these media platforms is that he trains when it is raining and tries to hit as many rain droplets as he can. Iroh is happy that Izuku trains so much even when not at the dojo, though he does make sure Izuku takes breaks and go have fun while he is still young. When not training Izuku's body, Iroh trains his mind as well. He helps teach Izuku to read arm and leg movements to predict attacks. He then helps teach Izuku how to strategize in fights and helps him out with his notebooks as well. Right now, Izuku is on volume 4 of his hero notebooks. Even when training, Izuku still finds time to fanboy over heroes. When with his mother, Izuku always makes sure to help her out. Inko is thankful and proud to have a son like Izuku. Izuku is even learning to cook from Inko so he can help out in the kitchen more. When Izuku asked to learn, his mother then crushed him with a big hug and almost flooded the apartment with her tears. She kept saying how sweet her baby is and happy that he will grow up to be a fine ladies' man, which only confused Izuku about why she would say that. With all this training, Izuku keeps growing more confident and keeps on standing up to bullies at school. Bakugo still picks on him, but Izuku keeps persevering on not letting himself get picked on. He and Bakugo have even fought before, and the teachers at school broke them up, ended it in a draw. Since then, while neither one would admit it, they became rivals. Another 4 months later, Izuku is at the dojo fighting the last opponent in the tournament that Iroh decided to hold. The rules are simple and are like that of the UA Sports Festival. You either win by ring out or by making your opponent admit defeat. You cannot go overboard and hurt the other kid on purpose. You can also use whatever sword style you want to use, because since Iroh taught multiple styles, all his students use something different. They range from using kendo to fencing to even Viking-style swordplay. Izuku has done well against his earlier opponents and is not even letting the one he is fighting now to even get a hit in. The kid he was fighting was taller, 3 years older, and had been training longer, but not training as hard as Izuku has. Izuku takes 2 steps back and prepares to use a new technique that he has created. Izuku tilts his head down and crosses his arms with swords in hand as he prepares his attack. Izuku takes a breath and says, 3 sword style. Onijirai. In an instant, Izuku slashes his opponent with all 3 kendo swords and sends him out of bounds. And the winner is Izuku, Iroh says as he blows his whistle. All of the parents of the kids are clapping, with Inko crying tears of joy. Note, because she isn't worried about Izuku as much as in canon, she will not gain weight and will stay tall and beautiful. Izuku helps out his opponent by pulling to his feet and they bow to each other. Congrats Izuku, you did well, and I'm glad to see you even managed to create your own sword technique. Iroh stands in front of Izuku with a medal in hand. It was an iron medal painted gold with the symbol of the dojo on it, 2 crossed swords. You have earned this for taking first place, job well done Izuku. Izuku puts on the medal and bows towards Iroh, then the other students, and finally the crowd of parents. Iroh then clears his throat to grab Izuku's attention. I also have a personal gift for you to show for your amazing growth training here. Izuku is surprised that Iroh said he got him a gift and looks up at Iroh with excitement written on his face. Then Iroh pulls out a small box from behind his back and hands it to Izuku. The box wasn't that big and didn't even have any wrapping paper on it, it was just a small wooden box with a lid. Izuku is smiling big time as he lifts the lid off the box to see what's inside. Wondering what his uncle Iroh had got him. What he saw was a big dark green bandana that Iroh then picks up and reaches for Izuku's head. I remember you telling me that your hair sometimes gets in the way of your eyes. Iroh says as he ties the bandana to Izuku's head. You also said that you don't want to cut your hair. So, I figured this was the best thing for it. I also wore one when I was younger, so I thought you would enjoy that. Iroh then tightens the knot and shows Izuku a mirror to see what he looks like. Izuku had the breath taken away from him as he saw how awesome he looked. The dark green bandana almost matches his own hair color with it being more black than green. Only a little bit of Izuku's hair poked out the back and it casted a shadow over his eyes, but that only made him look even cooler. I am proud of how far you have come, and I can't wait to see how much stronger you will get in the future. Iroh then turns Izuku towards the audience and they immediately start clapping. Inko was at risk of drowning the other parents with her tears with how handsome Izuku looked. Izuku smiled and bowed to his uncle once more. Thank you Uncle Iroh, this is one of the best gifts ever. Izuku exclaims with tears in his eyes. Iroh wasn't the only one who couldn't wait to see how strong Izuku would get, and Izuku was also excited to see how the future training will make him stronger. At Iroh's dojo. It has been 2 years since Izuku started to train at Uncle Iroh's dojo and is making great progress. It is now May 1st and Izuku is now 6 years old and is getting closer to finally using heavier weights to train with. Because he is still too young for anything over 25 pounds without risking doing more harm than good with his growth, Izuku has had a lot of time to figure out some new sword techniques. Izuku has changed physically over the time since he first started to train at the dojo. He is a few inches taller and his body more lean but not very muscular because of the limit of how heavy the weights he can use is. He has a ton more energy and no matter what outfit he is wearing, he always ties up his green bandana on one of his arms so that way he always has it on him. Because Izuku can't wear the bandana on his head most of the time, he instead ties it to one of the upper parts of one of his arms, the bicep. He likes having it on his person at all times even when sleeping because it feels like when he wears it his uncle is watching over him. Izuku has come up with some new sword techniques with Iroh's help. There is his Onigiri where he strikes his foe once very fast with all 3 blades at the same time. His bull charge is where he moves his 2 swords in his hands very fast multiple times and finishes with a slash with the 3rd sword. Then his final move called Hawk Wave is where Izuku spins his body and leaps forward with all 3 swords slashing everything he has leapt towards. Izuku is seen running in the halls looking for his uncle Iroh with a very important question. I've finally found you. Izuku yells as he is standing in the doorway that leads out back into the training grounds. Iroh is seen partaking in his favorite pastime of drinking tea and feeding the birds. It would be even better if Iroh was playing chess against someone. Oh Izuku, why were you looking for me? Iroh asks as he feeds his pet parakeet and sets down his now empty cup. Uncle Iroh, I just heard that there exists swordsmen who are able to cut through almost anything including steel, without the need to use a quirk. Is any of that true? Izuku asks as he leans on the doorway to catch his breath. Of course they exist, why do you ask? Iroh asks as he hands Izuku a cup of cool tea. Izuku quickly thanks his uncle and accepts the tea to quench his thirst. After drinking he stops leaning on the frame and fully stands up. I ask so. That way I can try and learn how to do that as well. It would help me immensely when I become a hero. Izuku looks up at Iroh with sheer determination in his eyes. Well, Izuku, you are in luck because I know the secret behind how to cut steel. Iroh raises his finger up to the side of his face and winks at Izuku with a big grin on his face. Really, Uncle Iroh, can you teach me? Izuku clenches his hands tightly as a raging inferno can be seen in Izuku's eyes. Alright, Izuku, just give me a second to grab some things and I will give you a demonstration. Iroh pats Izuku's head as he heads inside to grab 2 things needed for the demonstration. A few minutes later, Izuku is kneeling on the porch in front of Iroh, who is standing in the training field with his katana and a piece of paper. Now watch carefully, Izuku, and pay attention to what I do. Izuku nods his head excitedly to see what the secret is as Iroh readies both his sword and paper. HH! Iroh yells as he tosses the paper in the air and in only a second slashes at the paper with his sword. The whole time Izuku's eyes are wide open to attempt to not miss anything that is happening. Iroh's sword makes contact with the paper and fully brings down his sword, while Izuku is expecting the paper to be shredded to ribbon. After a few seconds, Izuku realizes that the piece of paper that Iroh had slashed at is still intact afterwards. That you didn't even cut it. Izuku says plainly as all of his excitement was now drained out of his body. Iroh bends down to pick up the paper and shows it to Izuku. Izuku, I didn't cut it because I didn't want to cut it. Iroh says with a cheeky smile, enjoying the confused look on his student's face. This is the secret to cutting steel. Izuku tilts his head to the side and questions Iroh, what do you mean you didn't want to cut it, and what do you mean by this is the secret to cutting steel? Iroh sits next to Izuku and watches the leaves fall from a nearby tree. The secret to learning how to cut through almost anything is to learn how not to cut anything. Iroh then turns his head back at Izuku. That is the secret to cut steel. I know it sounds strange, and believe me, I didn't get it the first time either, but after more training I believe you will learn how not to cut anything. Iroh smiles at Izuku as he turns his head back at the falling leaves. There are strong swordsmen in the world who are capable of cutting nothing but can also cut anything including steel when even using the same sword. These strongest swordsmen can cut what they want to cut and protect what they want to protect. Swordplay that can only harm what it touches is not real swordsmanship. I hope you will understand this someday, Izuku, and learn to cut nothing and anything. Iroh smiled as he watched the falling leaves. Izuku also watches the leaves from vine fall and says to Iroh, I hope I do as well and understand what you mean. Iroh then laughs and starts to make a new batch of tea for him and Izuku to enjoy. 2 months later, after telling Izuku the secret to cutting steel, he starts to train Izuku how to attack villains without accidentally killing them when using real swords. Izuku is thankful for this as heroes don't kill villains unless it is a last resort. He helps show to Izuku how to hit a target with the edge of a blade, but still not cause any damage that isn't just skin deep. He also shows Izuku how to properly maintain and fix a sword. The last thing Iroh wants is for Izuku to be in the middle of a fight, only to have his swords become dull or break entirely. He also trains Izuku to not break his own swords if he uses too much strength on them. Taking care of one's blades is another part of being a good swordsman. Iroh then starts to train Izuku on slanted ground that is covered in slippery soap. Why are we training on this wonky ground, Uncle Iroh? Izuku asks as he tries to maintain his balance. Iroh easily walks on this ground like his sandals had rubber spikes on the soles. Your next part of training is to train you to fight on all types of terrain. Using a sword isn't just using your arms. Just like any other martial art, your stance is also important. You use your legs to add some leverage to your attacks as well as keep balance and power in your moves. Iroh then starts to punch, kick, and dodge an imaginary foe while standing on this ground. Izuku is once again surprised at how easy Iroh does this while Izuku is having a hard time just standing up. However, none of these make Izuku lose hope. Instead, it inspires him to train even harder. July 5th. Izuku is at home making lunch for him and his mother. While in the kitchen, Inko comes in wanting to talk with her son. Hey sweetie, can I have a quick word with you? Inko waves at Izuku. Izuku, seeing and hearing his mother, sets down the utensils and walks over to her. Sure, what do you want to talk about, Mom? Izuku asks as he wipes his hands on his apron. Well, your birthday is 10 days away and I was wondering what you would like for a gift. Inko smiles as she looks down at her son. Izuku puts his hand on his chin to think about what he wants for his birthday. As his eyes start to wander around the room, they land on his mother's earrings. Apparently, they are a matching pair with her mother, Izuku's grandmother. They are 3 gold earrings that look like long teardrops about an inch long that hang on his mom's left ear. I want a pair of earrings like yours, Mom. Izuku then points to them dangling there. Really, why do you want a pair like mine? Inko asks as her eyes try to look at them. Izuku puts his hand around his arm just underneath the bandana Iroh gave him. When Uncle Iroh gave me this, it feels that whenever I wear this it feels like a part of him is with me. I also want something like that with you, so a part of you is also with me. Izuku then closes his eyes and gives his mom one of the biggest grins he can give. His smile was so bright, Inko thought she needed sunglasses. Inko's eyes start to water and squeals in delight. Of course, my baby, I will get you a pair just like mine, even if I have to special order then. Inko once again gives Izuku a hug that is practically snapping all of his bones in half and pushing the air out of his lungs. She can't be breath. Izuku tries to wiggle out of her grasp. July 15th. Izuku is having his 7th birthday and is having a great time. While Izuku doesn't really have any friends besides Bakugo, who didn't want to even think about showing up because he is too cool for shit like that, Izuku is still enjoying it with his mom. They both will later head to Uncle Iroha's dojo to celebrate with him as well. Izuku has had his slice of birthday cake and opened up his present from his mom as well. She was able to get a matching set of 3 teardrop earrings and he was now wearing them proudly. Izuku can't really think of any way that today could go better. Inko then walks towards Izuku while holding an old photo album. Izuku, I have another gift to give you. Inko then sits down on the couch and sets the album on the coffee table. Izuku then sits next to his mother wondering why she has the photo album out. You remember the story I told you about your grandmother and grandfather when they first got together? Izuku slowly nods his head, remembering this sad story. Back when his grandparents were both in high school, they got together for a one-night stand. They didn't really like each other that much because his grandfather hated heroes and anything to do with them. His grandmother, on the other hand, was a fan, and they only got together because they both look attractive to one another. Well, after the one-night stand, his grandmother finds out 2 weeks later she was pregnant with his mom. Because his grandfather was only physically attracted to her, when he found out she was pregnant, he didn't want anything to do with her and the child. He hated the thought of marrying a hero fangirl. Thankfully, her grandmother's parents were caring and understood her situation and helped her make sure she still got a college degree and helped raise Inko. His mom then turns her head to look at Izuku. Well, Izuku, there is a bit more to the story than what I told you. Izuku looks up at his mom, surprised to hear more to the original story. You see, the reason that your grandfather told your grandmother why he didn't like heroes was because his mom was a hero. While he was a baby, his father got really sick and sadly wasn't able to fight it off. His father had died, leaving only his mother left. After the funeral, his mother couldn't quit being a hero but didn't want to risk herself dying at the hands of some villain and leave her son with no one to look after him. They didn't have any relatives and they didn't have any non-hero friends to be his godparent either. So, she was left with only one choice, which was to give him up to an orphanage. When she gave him away, she left him a picture of herself so he knows what his mother looked like. It was because of all this that your grandfather started to hate heroes. Before he abandoned my mother, he gave her his mother's picture. That way he no longer has anything to remind him of her and to show me who to blame for why I have no father. Izuku is surprised to hear this news, but even more surprised to see his mom not cry. However, I never did blame her, instead I respect her strength. Izuku then tilts his head in confusion. Inko giggles at this and explains further. You see, Izuku, I respect her because it takes great strength for a mother to give up her child to give him a better life. A life being loved and cared for by a family. I am proud to be related to this woman even though I don't know what happened to her. Though I did hear that my father did later get married to someone else and start his own family, Izuku is still confused as to why his mom is telling him this story. Inko sees this and smiles. The reason I'm telling you this, Izuku, is to not try and stop you from being a hero. You are too kind-hearted to not be. Inko then rubs the freckled cheek of her son. I'm telling you this so that you know that a hero's blood flows through your veins. It is because you and I are related to this woman that I believe you will become a great hero. Inko then takes a picture out of the album and shows it to Izuku. Izuku is shocked to see that the woman in the picture is almost the spitting image of his own mother. Izuku, I want you to have this picture of your great-grandmother because something in me tells me you should have it. Inko then gives Izuku the picture as he stares at his mom in surprise. There are 3 things I want you to always remember, Izuku. Inko then points at his new earrings. First, remember that I will always support and love you. She then points at Izuku's arm with the bandana wrapped around it. Second, remember that your Uncle Iroh will be there to help teach and guide you. Then Inko finally points at Izuku's heart, which he now realized he was holding the picture next to. Third, I hope and believe that your great-grandmother's spirit will watch over you and protect you. Inko then pulls Izuku in for a hug as tears start to fall from her face. Izuku is also crying, and because it has been a long time since he last cried and he had built up a lot of tears in reserve. The only thing different about crying this time, he wasn't sad, he was happy. When the dam broke, it looked like 2 waterfalls were on his face. They hugged like this for a while until they separated, got cleaned up, and headed towards Uncle Iroh's home dojo. They had fun and played games for the rest of the day. This has been Izuku's best birthday so far. 2 months later. Izuku is at Iroha's dojo wearing his bandana on his head as he is training. After his birthday, Izuku has kept the picture of his great-grandmother in his wallet. Right now, is only Izuku and Iroh at the dojo today, as the other students are with their parents today. Izuku wants to try and come up with new techniques for his 3-sword style and is waiting for Iroh to come by and help him. Izuku, how is it going? Iroh asks as he walks up next to the porch that leads into the main studio. It is going good, Uncle Iroh. I was just waiting for you to come on by. I was hoping you can help me come up with some new techniques today. Izuku then stops swinging his kendo sword. Iroh smiles and starts to walk up to Izuku to help him out, but his foot slips because it had rained yesterday. Iroha's face was about to smash into the porch step but was stopped by Izuku. He was able to grab onto Iroh at the last second before something bad would have happened. As Izuku pulls up Iroh, Izuku looks up at him. Are you okay, Uncle Iroh? Iroh doesn't even respond as he stares at the step he was about to fall on with a shocked expression. Uncle Iroh? Iroh then shakes his head and looks at Izuku. Why yes, I am okay, and sadly Izuku, I don't think I will be able to help you today, I am too busy. Iroh gives Izuku a strained smile and hurries off down the hallway. This didn't make any sense to Izuku. There was no one else to help with today as it was only the 2 of them at the dojo. There was also something off about Iroha's smile. He never had a hard time to smile before. Izuku decides to check up on Iroh and see what's wrong with him and see if he can help out. As Izuku walks down the hallway, he wonders where Iroh went off to. As Izuku nears Iroha's private office, he hears something come there. Izuku presses his ear against the door to listen better. Little soldier boy, come marching home. Brave soldier boy, come marching home. Leaves from the vine, in orange glow. A sun setting in the sky, the edges cracked though whole. Izuku is surprised to hear that Iroh is singing, but he also hears that he is also crying. Izuku then decides to open the door to see if Izuku can help his uncle. When the door opens, Iroh turns around in surprise to see Izuku coming in here. The room was very modest with only a desk, a bookshelf, a tea set, a table, a wall closet, and a shrine behind the desk with an incense stick burning. Iroh is kneeling in front of the shrine. Izuku, what are you doing here? Iroh asks as he cleans the tears off his face. Izuku walks up to Iroh and kneels next to him. I'm here to see why you are sad and to make you feel better. Izuku's eyes are so clear that Iroh can tell he won't take no as an answer. Iroh exhales deeply and then turns his body towards Izuku, while still kneeling. I can already tell, you won't leave without an explanation. Izuku nods. Alright then Izuku, this is the reason why I am upset. Iroh then points his arm towards the shrine and Izuku sees 2 pictures on it. I have never told you about my family Izuku, have I? Iroh looks at Izuku to see him shake his head. You see Izuku, I was once married to one of the most beautiful women in the world. After a few years of being married, we decided to have a child. So far things were going good and both my wife and our soon-to-be-born child were healthy. Iroh's smile then slowly starts to frown. But then a few days before my wife was about to give birth, she got sick. We tried everything to help her get better before the DLVY, but we had no luck. When the day came, my wife stayed strong to ensure that our child will come out fine. She was successful and our son came out alright, but she didn't. Izuku looks back at the shrine to see the first picture of a beautiful woman, Uncle Iroha's wife. Iroh smiles sadly and continues his story. Once she passed away, I made it my mission to make sure that our son would grow up just fine, with plenty of love and care. However, I did not have a good starting point. Because my wife was sick when she gave birth, my son had a weak body. Thankfully, if given the right foods and exercise, he would start to get healthy. So I did everything I could to help him get better, and by 6 years old he did. Iroh then looks at Izuku with a smile on his old face, and Izuku tilts his head. You know, Izuku, you remind me a lot of my son, you both are so alike. Iroh then starts to giggle as he reminisces. You both are very clever, have a strong will to help others, and are both excited to learn about swordplay and being heroes. Iroh then starts to giggle even more when he remembers a certain memory. My son once said that he will train his quirk enough to be able to set the ocean on fire. You both have a very creative imagination. Iroh once again looks sad and his eyes tear up. You see, my son also wanted to be a swordsman and even inherited his mother's sword. He was training so much because he wanted to be like me. Iroh is now crying as he remembers what happens next. One day after training, my son went out to buy a sharpening stone for his mother's sword. I wasn't able to go with him because I had to clean the dojo. When he got to the steps of the store, he tripped and Iroh was clutching his knees while trying to go on with the story. He wasn't able to survive when his head hit the steps. Izuku is also crying and sees that the other picture is of a young kid who looks like both his mother and Uncle Iroh. That is why I was so shaken up earlier. I almost met the same fate as my son. Iroh is trying his best not to break down into tears in front of Izuku. He then turns back towards the shrine. Sorry you had to see me so shaken up, Izuku. It is just that I am an old man who wasn't able to help out my family. There are times where I remember that I have no one left and I am alone. Izuku, could you please leave? I wish to be alone. Iroh expected to see out of the corner of his eye Izuku leave, but is instead tackled into a hug by him. No! Izuku yells as he tries to bear hug Iroh. No? What do you mean no? Won't you please leave? Iroh tries to pry Izuku off. No, as in you are not alone. Izuku lifts his head with crying eyes, trying to look Iroh into his. Iroh is surprised and stops trying to get Izuku off of him. Uncle Iroh, I told you why I call you uncle. My reason was because I didn't want to be disrespectful to my master by only calling you by your first name. But what I didn't tell you was that after a few months of training with you, my reason changed. Iroh did remember why Izuku called him uncle, but now the reason has changed? Iroh stops crying and finally starts to look in Izuku's eyes, ready to hear his explanation. Izuku loosens his hug and moves his hands to grab onto the front of Iroha's robes. When you took me in as a student, you didn't mind that I was quirkless, you didn't mind that I wasn't that strong, and you didn't mind my crazy ideas or my fanboy tendencies. You just treated me like I am equal to everyone else in the world. You taught me swordplay, taught me how to make a good cup of tea, taught me about birds and how to take care of them, taught me how to play chess, and taught me how to be a gentleman and respect others despite how they might treat me. Izuku is gripping so hard on Iroha's robes that his knuckles are turning white. Whenever I hurt myself, you treated my injuries and showed me how to get back up after I fall. When I got hungry, you gave me food you made yourself even if it wasn't that good at times. When I wanted to play with you, you stopped what you were doing and played with me. I stopped calling you uncle as a form of respect and started calling you uncle out of love. Izuku yells out and then takes deep breaths to get more air in his lungs after that rant. Iroh couldn't believe what he was hearing and was looking at Izuku with surprise on his face and a typhoon slowly pouring out of his eyes. Uncle, I had stopped seeing you as my master and instead saw you as my family member. You are like my actual uncle in everything but blood. I don't know what happened to my father and it is too painful for my mom to ask her to remember and tell me. Izuku stops crying for a second and smiles at Iroh. I never had a father figure till I met you and you came along to fill in that role. So, you are not alone, uncle, I am here for you. Izuku once again hugs his uncle as tight as he could. A storm was then released from Iroh's eyes as he cries, and he starts to hug Izuku back. Thank you my nephew, thank you Izuku. Then stayed like this for a few minutes until they both released each other. Both Izuku and Iroh clean their faces and look at one another with smiles on their faces. Izuku then looks up at Iroh with his eyes closed and gives him a big grin. As Iroh is about to rub Izuku's head, he sees something behind him. Iroh is surprised when the image of his son starts to overlap with Izuku. Iroh is so shocked he can't say anything, but then sees the image moves one last time before it disappears. The son looks at his father, points to behind Iroh at the wall closet and nods. Before Iroh could stop this image from leaving, he then understood what the specter meant. Izuku, I want you to have something. Iroh then gets up and walks to the closet. Izuku stops smiling and is confused at what his uncle is doing. Iroh opens the closet and on the middle shelf a sword can be seen in its sheath and on a sword stand. Iroh picks up the sword and turns back to Izuku, kneels in front of him with the sword resting on top of Iroh's palms. Izuku is surprised to see such a very beautiful sword be shown to him. The sword had a white sheath and white cloth wrap on the hilt. It had a gold-colored pommel and hilt guard. When Iroh pulls out the swords, Izuku sees that the blade was beautiful, clean, and very sharp. Iroh puts the blade back in its sheath and presents it to Izuku. Izuku, this was once my son's sword and now I want you to have it. Iroh bows and extends his arms out to Izuku so he can take the blade for his own. Izuku is shocked that Iroh would want to give him such a prized possession. Uncle Iroh, is it really all right for me to have this? Izuku asks before trying to reach for the blade. Yes, Izuku, something in me tells you you should have it. While bent over, Iroh smiles, understanding what his son's message to him meant. Izuku smiles and picks up the sword and inspects it with his hands. Does the sword have a name? Izuku looks back toward Iroh. Yes, it does, and its name is Wado Ikimanji. Iroh straightens up and grins at Izuku. Please use it to help you become the world's greatest swordsman and hero. Izuku smiles and straps the sword to his back because he is still not tall enough to have it on his waist. Izuku and Iroh go to the backyard training ground and have some snacks, tea, watch the leaves fall, and play a game of chess. Izuku may have gotten better at chess but is still no match for Iroh. Uncle Iroh, can you sing the song you sang earlier? I really liked it. Izuku asks after his fifth loss. Of course, Izuku, it is both mine and my son's favorite, just so you know. Iroh turns to look up at the leaves. Leaves from the vine falling so slow. Like tiny fragile shells, drifting in the foam. Little hero boy, come marching home. Brave hero boy, now I am Hami. I don't remember that in the song you sang earlier. Izuku looks at Iroh confused. It is part of the next verse, Izuku. Iroh smiles at Izuku, knowing only to himself that he had changed the lyrics as he makes the next batch of tea. Izuku just shrugs and helps his uncle clean up the chess set. For the rest of the day, Izuku didn't train and just spent time with his uncle. Izuku understood why it was important to relax and take time off every now and then. Now though, Izuku now understands the importance of making sure you take time off to spend time with loved ones. Uncle Iroh's garden 5 years later. 5 years have passed since Izuku had inherited the Wado Ikimanji katana and Izuku was finally able to add some muscle to his body. Once he turned 11, he was finally able to start training with weights heavier than 25 pounds. He then was able to finally master one sword style and hand-to-hand combat. He is still learning two sword style and Izuku thinks it is still a few years off before he has perfected his 3 sword style. One thing he has also trained for was to use any of his 3 sword style moves with 2 swords, one sword, and no swords at all. He was able to create more techniques to his skill set. Lion Song is a move where Izuku stands still with his swords in his sheaths. When his enemy charges at him, he draws them for a quick and powerful strike. Because he is standing still as well, he is able to adjust his stance to add more power and speed for this attack that he would have a harder time to add if he was moving. This move is used as a defensive counterattack. Flying Dragon is where Izuku jumps into the air and uses his weight and some slight spin to slash at his opponents. Izuku has practiced being able to jump from great heights without hurting his legs. If he tucks and rolls, he can jump out the window on the second floor and not get hurt at all. Crab Claw is where Izuku puts the sword in his mouth near any part of his foe. He then chops both swords to meet the third sword in the middle to attack his foe with great force like a crab's claw. He only uses this on strong, tough enemies though, because anyone else might not survive this attack without losing a limb. Dragon Twister is another move where Izuku stands still and spins his body and swings his swords once his enemy is in range to cut them and send them up a few feet into the air. If Izuku swings hard enough, you can slightly see the air current created. And finally, his ultimate attack. 3,000 Worlds is Izuku's strongest attack. Izuku starts by spinning the swords in his hands in opposite directions. He then charges in an instant to slash at his opponent with multiple sword slashes. The spinning helps to build up speed and kinetic force that Izuku uses to attack his enemy with greater power. When he perfected the move, he tested it on a training dummy in the training grounds. The end result was that the dummy was cut to pieces and left slash marks a few inches long in the ground at the dummy's feet. Thankfully, Izuku trained to make sure the marks he left were not that far from his target. He had a problem where he slashed the path he took and even hit the other dummies next to his original target. If Izuku has only 2 swords, he calls it 2,000 worlds, 1,000 worlds with 1 sword. Izuku was also able to master some of Iroha's other teachings. He learned how to fight on any terrain, how to take care of, fix, and even make his own sword, since Iroha also taught Izuku how to be a blacksmith. While he is not a master blacksmith, he ain't no amateur either. He mastered reading his enemy's muscle movements in their arms and legs to predict their moves. Though he still has a very hard time reading the muscle movements in other parts of the human body. Because of Iroha, Izuku started to learn other things to help himself enjoy his time off when not training. Izuku was able to learn some things that were not a part of swordplay thanks to Iroha and his mom. He became a great cook because of his mother. He learned how to make a great cup of tea and better strategize in chess thanks to Iroha. Also, he learned a lot about birds and other animals thanks to Iroha again. His mom also helped teach him how to do everyday home care stuff because it will earn him extra points with girls, even if Izuku doesn't know how and why it helps with girls. Izuku also started to learn to play the guitar because he loved his uncle singing and started to enjoy music more. There are still some things Izuku needs to master, and he still hasn't figured out how to cut through steel. Izuku is sitting outside in Uncle Iroha's garden taking care of his sword while thinking about what Iroha told him. To cut almost anything you need to learn how not to cut anything. What does that mean? Izuku then starts to polish his blade. The strength of most sword techniques is strong moves, but that will only break my swords if I try that. At least I was able to learn how not to kill anyone if I use any of my sword attacks, even with a sharp blade. It looks like I will just need to be patient, and hopefully I will eventually figure it out. Izuku then stands up and starts to put his sword care supplies away. As he does this, Iroha then walks out of the dojo and heads towards Izuku. Izuku, are you ready to earn your paycheck today? Iroha then holds up a pair of hedge clippers. Yes, Uncle Iroha. Izuku grabs the clippers and starts to take care of the garden. About a year ago, Izuku realized that he will have to get at least 2 more swords before he applies to the UA Hero course. In order to buy some, he started doing odd jobs around the dojo for Iroha and did random jobs in his neighborhood like shovel snow, rake leaves, and find lost pets. While Izuku had managed to get a hold of 3 other swords besides his Watto before he started to earn some money, they would not work as his main weapons. One is a gift from his mom on his 10th birthday that was a replica of one of his favorite anime swordsmen named Trunks. But it would not work because Izuku wants to have katanas as his primary swords. Also, it was something he wanted to collect, not use himself. Izuku wanted to make his own swords iconic for his three-sword style, while it would be weird to use a sword from a TV show. The second was a rapier that Iroh got him so he can learn a little fencing. Izuku can't use it since it doesn't mesh well with his three-sword style, and Izuku only wanted to learn the basics of fencing. The third one was a cutlass that Izuku made himself after Iroh taught him how to be a blacksmith. To understand the structure of swords and better respect the time and effort that goes into making a sword. He made a cutlass because it was something he can make with his skill level. He can't use it though because he isn't that good at blacksmithing, so the cutlass has some problems and won't last long. He just holds on to it as a keepsake of his first semi-successful sword he made. While he is finishing clearing out the weeds, Izuku thinks about some other things that Iroh taught him to help be a better hero and swordsman. When Izuku was 9, Iroh took him to other dojos so he could fight some other students. More specifically against girl students. Iroh's dojo only had 7 students including Izuku, and they are all boys. Iroh is fine with girls wanting to learn swordplay, but no girls near his dojo wanted to. So Iroh went to some of his friends' dojos to help Izuku get used to the fact he might have to fight female villains as a hero. Izuku was hesitant at first, but in his first match he was about to ring out, so he stopped holding back to make sure he didn't lose. Izuku then turned the tables on his female foe and was able to send her to the other side of the ring. He then used his Onigiri to ring her out instead. When she was laying on the floor her face was all red. Izuku thought that he hurt her, but when he realized it wasn't blood he thought she must have a fever or something. Izuku was finishing watering the plants just in time too. Iroh decided that Izuku worked hard enough today and sent him home early. As Izuku was leaving with his stuff put away in his yellow backpack, he started to think about his school life. At school he was no longer bullied since he didn't take anyone's crap. He still didn't have any friends, but Izuku didn't mind. The kids who did try to be his friend were only trying to trick Izuku. Bakugo was mostly the same, but he also started to pick up on his training. Bakugo got better with controlling how big his explosions were and was able to hover in the air for a few seconds. He also created a move where he used his explosions as a smoke screen to blind his opponent's face. He used it a lot on Izuku as a prank every now and then. However, he made sure to never use his quirk on Izuku so that he didn't risk getting in trouble and risk his acceptance of entering a hero school. From those smoke screen pranks, Izuku realized that he relied on his eyesight too much. Thus, he started to train to use his other sense to help him fight, though he still has a ways to go. After working, Izuku went home and started making dinner for him and his mom. As he washes his hands, he wonders what the future has in store for him. 3 years later, after a hard-fought battle that lasted for almost an hour and a half, Izuku came out the winner. He is lying on the ground while he thinks, "I was finally able to beat Uncle Iroh." Today was the day Izuku would graduate from Iroh's school if he was able to land 10 hits on Iroh before he got hit 3. Izuku knew he should only take this challenge once he mastered fighting without using his eyesight. It turned out to be a good choice as Iroh had at one point dug the tip of his bamboo sword in the dirt and flung the dirt into Izuku's eyes. Good thing I trained for that. Izuku thinks as he then blocked the attack Iroh made after he blinded Izuku. Good job Izuku, you were able to get 10 hits on me. That's impressive since I only got 1 hit on you in the beginning. Iroh rubs his arm as it still hurts from Izuku's 10th hit. Izuku then stands up and turns toward Iroh. Izuku had grown taller the last few years, growing an inch taller than Bakugo, which pisses him off greatly. Izuku was also to grow some muscles and a six-pack. He wasn't bulky either since he made sure to not lose any speed as his strength grew. While he was lean, he was built like a brick sheet house with the speed of a jungle cat. He didn't even need to wear his ankle weights anymore. No one ever knew this though since Izuku liked to wear baggy clothes, so they always hid his muscles. I had a great teacher. Izuku smiles and he bows towards Uncle Iroh. Well, I had an amazing student. Iroh bows back and then hands Izuku a piece of paper. It was a certificate that says, "Graduate of Iroh's Dojo of Swordplay," with Izuku's name printed at the bottom. Izuku smiles as he takes his certificate and takes off his bandana and wraps it on his arm. Iroh then hugs Izuku with tears in his eyes. "I am so proud of you, my nephew." Izuku also hugs back with watery eyes. Thank you, Uncle Iroh. They then break the hug as Iroh puts his hand on Izuku's shoulder. While you may have graduated, please know that you will always have a home here. Izuku smiles as he puts his other arm on Iroh's shoulder. I will, Uncle. Izuku puts his stuff away as he gets ready to head home. He has school tomorrow and is a little tired after the fight. Once he has dinner and hangs up his new certificate, he goes to bed early, so he doesn't fall asleep in class. The next day, Izuku is running to school until he stops when he sees a villain attack start to take place. Oh cool, it's the new hero Kamui Woods. He is really making a name for himself and he's not been a hero for more than a month. Izuku smiles as he writes in his hero notebook volume. The man next to Izuku with a star-shaped head smiles. Let me guess, you're a fanboy, right? Izuku looks at the man and sheepishly scratches the back of his head. Yeah, I just want to be a hero so much because I think they are so cool. Kamui then starts to end the fight with his ultimate move. It is time to end this. Binding lacquer chain PR dash. Canyon cannon. Kamui is then interrupted by another hero kicking the villain. She is a blonde woman wearing a skin-tight purple and peach-colored hero suit with a purple mask that has horns. Her quirk looks like it can make her grow to be the size of a building. Nice to meet you. My name is Empty Lady and I'm a new hero in these parts. She smiles then winks as photographers start to take her picture. Kamui is on his knees and he thinks of how she just stole the spotlight. Izuku frowns and yells at the paparazzi. Why, you shouldn't take a woman's picture without asking permission first. The photographers then turn to look at Izuku, confused on who this kid is. Before he could chew them out, he notices that if he doesn't get going, he is going to be late for school. Crud, I'm gonna be late. Izuku then takes off while Lady smiles at Izuku, thinking how cute he was. A few minutes later at Aldera Junior High. Izuku made it to school on time with about 10 minutes to spare. He decides to use this time to add MT Lady's info to his notebook. As he is about to finish his new entry, his homeroom teacher then comes in with a stack of papers. Okay kids, because it is your final year of middle school, you need to fill out these career sheets and think about your future. But the teacher then smiles and tosses the papers in the air. But I know you all want to be heroes. The class starts to cheer and they all show off their powers except for two. Hey teach, don't lump me in with these extras. Bakugo says as he places his foot on his desk. These extras just don't compare to the real deal of hero material. The other kids frown at this. Hey, don't count us out. Yeah, we are just as good as you. The teacher then pulls out a clipboard. Oh yeah, Bakugo, aren't you applying to UA? This news shocks the class. No way he is going to UA. Don't they have a low acceptance rate? Can he really get in? Oh please, there is only one school that is worthy of me. I have high marks, good grades, and aced the mock test they held. If anyone can make it, it's me. Bakugo then sits back at his desk. As the class started to think he might be able to do it, the teacher spoke again. Oh Midoriya, you also applied for UA as well, right? The class then turns to look at Izuku, who is still writing in his notebook. Izuku then looks up and nods his head. Yes, sensei. The class was about to mock Izuku and say he won't be able to do it, but then they saw the look on his face. Izuku wasn't smiling or frowning, instead his expression just stared down at the class that just said that he will make it to UA. Bakugo just clicked his tongue and went to look back at the teacher. The teacher then cleared his throat and started class. Sometime later. Meanwhile, while Izuku was in class, a robbery was taking place. A big villain who looked like he was made of slime and sludge had stolen a few purses. As he was running down the street, civilians got out while wondering where the heroes were. Why has no one stopped him yet? Can someone call them? I hope someone can stop him. It was at this time a lanky man came out of a convenience store and heard what's happening. He then started to bulk up. Have no fear, why? Because I am here. School has just ended and Izuku is packing up his stuff and grabbing his kendo sword. Sometimes if he feels like it, he might challenge his school's kendo club. Today though he had other plans. As Izuku passed by Bakugo, he just gave him a simple goodbye and left. See you later, Kaken. T.ch later, Deku. Bakugo rolled his eyes as he packed up his stuff as well. As Izuku was walking out of his school's entrance way, he pulled out his phone to look up a map. Izuku has finally earned enough money to buy 2 more swords. He didn't have enough skill to make his own yet, and he also wanted to window shop today to see what he liked. He will then come back later with his mom to buy something if it catches his eye. As he pulls up directions to a nearby weapons store with good reviews, he starts to walk through an underpass the directions lead him to. As Izuku was passing through, he started to smell something foul. Sensing danger, he turns around and readies his kendo sword. It was then the manhole he passed by popped open as some slime creature oozed out. I wasn't expecting to find him in this city. Oh, what do we have here? A fresh skin suit. The sludge that started to grow as he approached Izuku. Hey kid, won't you be a hero and help me out? The villain started to swing his tendrils out at Izuku, attempting to grab him. Izuku, however, was ready and started to slash and dodge the attacks. After he cuts his 4th tendril, the villain starts to get angry. Hold still, you brat. The manhole then exploded as a new man entered the battle. The man is 7 feet 3 inches tall and is built like a bodybuilder. He has blonde hair that has his bangs stand upright in a V shape. He has a big smile and his brows cast a shadow over his eyes, so you can only see his blue pupils. Fear not, citizen, for I am here. Izuku couldn't believe his eyes because right in front of him is his personal hero, All Might. All Might then gets in front of Izuku and prepares his attack. Texas Smash. All Might then punches the villain. Didn't you, All Might? The force of All Might's punch blew the villain to pieces. Sorry about that, young man, you got caught in my heroing. I would have caught him earlier, but the city's sewer system is a maze down there. All Might then starts to pack the sludge villain in an empty soda bottle he drank earlier. Izuku is so surprised that his hero is right here in the flesh. Izuku then opens his backpack and pulls out his notebook. All Might, if you don't mind, can you sign my notebook? And don't worry about collecting all the sludge pieces, I will help out. Ichihaha, sure thing, young man. Izuku presents his notebook to All Might. As All Might picks up the notebook, Izuku starts to gather up the villain, and as All Might takes a look inside the hero journal. Holy moly, this kid sure is smart. He could give those with intelligence quirks a run for their money. Suddenly, a certain principal felt a disturbance in the air. All Might then signs the notebook and they both finish collecting the villain. Thank you for that, young man, now I must be on my way. Izuku's eyes went wide. He still had a very important question he had to ask him. Before he could even talk, All Might bent down to get ready for takeoff. Farewell, citizen. All Might leaps in the air, but feels a little heavy. He looks down and sees Izuku holding on to his leg. Whoa there, I like my fans but not this much. Can you please let go? All Might, I can't. If I let go I might die from falling this high. Izuku, oh that's right. Here, let me land on this building. All Might then lands atop of a building and Izuku lets go. Now bang on the door till someone opens it. I must be off. Hold on, All Might, I have a quirk question. Look kid, I don't have enough time to stay. I need to know, can I become a hero without a quirk? All Might is surprised at this and turns to look at Izuku. However, he starts to smoke and coughs. I ran out of time. I wasn't lucky enough to be born with a quirk, but I want to be a hero no matter what. I need to ask you, my own personal hero, do you think I can do it? Izuku then looks up to see a skeleton standing where All Might was. The new man was lanky, slighter shorter, but hunch over so he only looks about 6 feet tall. He was also blonde with his bangs almost reaching his chin, though he still has a shadow over his eyes. A few seconds of silence pass as they stare at each other. Imposter! Izuku yells out as he points to the man. I can assure you kid, I am All Might be. The man coughs as blood comes out his mouth. No way! All Might is a giant of a man who always has a smile on his face in the face of fear. All Might then frowns and says, there is plenty of fear behind that smile. Izuku looks confused as All Might then sits down. Look kid, I'm going to tell you how I got like this, but you need to promise to not tell anyone about this, alright? Izuku nods his head and listens. You know those guys at the pool who SCK in their gut to look more in shape? I'm like that. I got in a fight about 5 years ago that weakened me to this state. Izuku then asks, was it the fight with Toxic Chainsaw? All Might is surprised then shakes his head no. You know your stuff, but that guy couldn't even land a single hit on me. This fight I kept out of the public's attention. It left me this nasty scar. All Might lifts his shirt to show an ugly scar on the left side of his stomach. Izuku gasps at the horrible scar. After the fight I lost about 50% of my stomach and had to have surgery. The surgery took almost all my energy and now I can only fight crime for about 3 hours a day. That's why I smile, kid, to hide my fear and help make everyone feel safe. A true hero never gives up. All Might then pulls down his shirt and stands up. Now let's get off this building. As All Might heads to the door, he is stopped by Izuku. All Might, you didn't answer my question. All Might turns around and is shocked to see a look of pure determination on his face. Trained almost all my life to help me become a hero without a quirk. But I have to ask this from my own personal hero. Do you think I can become one? All Might looks at Izuku about to say no, but then looks into his eyes. His eyes look like they had a storm raging within them, ready to be unleashed. For some reason the kid's eyes reminded him of his smile. He feels safe as these eyes watch over him. All Might scratches his head and against his better judgment says, honestly, it won't be easy, but if you train really hard you might be able to. I know of a few heroes who don't even have suitable quirks that help fight villains. Some even have quirks that only give them a small advantage, but still need to train to be strong in order to win the fight. All Might then looks at Izuku. So yes, I think you can. It just won't be easy. Izuku smiles and thanks All Might. They then both leave the building, but one waits a few minutes after one leaves so they don't get in trouble. As All Might walks to the nearest police station, he tries to tap the bottle he had in his pocket that held the villain. Well, I hope you like the food down at the precinct? All Might then realizes the bottle and villain are gone. He then hears an explosion at the nearby market. Oh no, All Might then runs off. When he gets to the market, he sees some heroes hold back some civilians as the sludge villain destroys everything. Damn it, I let him escape. He then hears the heroes say the villain has got a hold of a hostage. It was apparently a male middle school student who was hanging out at the market. No, I can't believe it. I let everyone down and I'm already at my limit. I'm sorry, young man, I am sure another hero will come by and help. Just hold on. Izuku meanwhile is heading to the market while admiring his new signature. He then hears an explosion and runs to see what's going on. When he gets to the market and sees the same things All Might saw. He also sees the sludge villain with a hostage and thinks to himself, oh no, I thought All Might had him captured. How did he escape? Izuku then remembers holding onto All Might's leg. It's my fault, I let him fall out of All Might's pocket because I wanted to ask my stupid question. And I even wasted All Might's time so he can't come in to help. Izuku clutches his shirt and looks at the hostage. I'm so sorry, but I'm sure a hero will come to help you. I'm sure of it. Izuku's eyes start to water. I am a disgrace. All Might clenches his fist. A real hero will come to save the day. Izuku. I am pathetic. I'm sorry. Izuku. Izuku then sees who the hostage is and is surprised at who it was. It was Bakugo and the villain was using his quirk to cause the fires and explosions. Izuku's eyes go wide as he stares into Bakugo's eyes. They showed he was scared. Izuku then drops his notebook, puts his kendo sword in his mouth and runs. The heroes and All Might are surprised at this, and the heroes try to stop. Stop, you're gonna get yourself killed. Death Arms shouts. This didn't stop Izuku as he then picks up a pipe and piece of wood that are the size of regular swords. Not this brat again. Sludge villain. Izuku then remembers page 25 of his hero notebook about Kamui using his quirk to cause the villain to flinch. Izuku then swings his left sword, the piece of wood, and hits a rock right into the villain's eyes. Arfk! The villain screams as he loosens his hold on Bakugo, who is now able to breathe. Izuku then gets into his stance and says, 3 sword style, Igiri. Izuku then slices off the top part of the villain's that has the villain's eyes and mouth attached to. Then Izuku picks up Bakugo as he drags him to the heroes. Deku? What are you doing here? Bakugo. I don't know, my legs just started moving. Izuku then looks at his childhood friend and smiles. Plus, I couldn't just stand there and watch you die. The crowd and All Might are surprised at this sudden change. All Might even more so at what the kid just said. All Might then starts slowly changing. This kid, what am I doing? A real hero fights no matter the cost. The villain then reforms and looks at Izuku. You stupid brat. I am done playing with you. The villain then launches a huge tendril at Izuku. Izuku isn't afraid though and gets ready to defend. As the tendril is about to hit, a huge puff of smoke appears. As the smoke clears, Izuku then sees All Might blocking the attack. All Might. Izuku. I really am pathetic. I told you the traits of a great champion, but I see now I wasn't living up to my own ideals. All Might then pulls his fist back. Pros are always risking their lives. That's the true test of a hero. And oh, I won't lose to you again. The slime yells as he readies another attack. Detroit Smash. All Might yells as he punches the villain. The force was so great that the other heroes had to block the wind from hurting the civilians, and the wind pressure also put out the fires. After the wind dies down, the clouds start to shift as it then starts raining. He changed the weather with just one punch. Death Arms says in disbelief. The crowd then starts cheering as All Might looks at Izuku checking on Bakugo. After the villain was taken away, Izuku was being told off by the heroes. Thankfully, because he didn't use a quirk and he used no real weapons, he just got a slap on the wrist. Bakugo meanwhile was being commended for being brave. All Might meanwhile was being interviewed by some reporters. Izuku was able to leave and started walking home with his notebook back in his bag. Izuku wanted to apologize to All Might, but All Might was gone before he was done being lectured. As Izuku is walking, he is then stopped by Bakugo. Listen here, Deku, you didn't save me, all right? I am still better than you. Bakugo then storms off. Izuku rolls his eyes at Kaken still being the same. Izuku then was about to walk home, only to be stopped again. But, am here. All Might then comes around the corner looking for Izuku. All Might? What are you doing here? Izuku. I am here because I stand for justice, for I am All Might be. All Might then transforms back into his skinny form, coughing blood. Izuku is freaked out thinking about how he will never get used to that. All Might then stands up and looks at Izuku. I actually came here looking for you. I wanted to thank you for what happened. Izuku is surprised at this and clenches his fist. No, I'm sorry, All Might, I got in your way, wasted your time, and made you lose the villain. There is no need to thank me. All Might then raises his hand. Please let me speak. All Might lowers his hand and looks at Izuku as he stares into his eyes. If you hadn't told me that you were quirkless, I might have not come to help. When I saw that this quirkless kid was running into danger while the other heroes did nothing, it inspired me to act. Izuku is surprised at this and his eyes tear up. I heard you say that your legs were moving on your own when you charged in to save the other kid. It reminded me of how other heroes say how the first became a hero. Izuku is crying while clutching his chest. They all say the same thing, their legs started to move on their own. I wanted to thank you and change my answer from earlier. Izuku is confused at what All Might means when he says he wants to change his answer. Young man, I don't think you can become a hero. I know you will. All Might points at Izuku as he is crying. Izuku is gripping his fists so hard they might bleed. When I saw you move, it was amazing how you swung your weapons with such strength, such precision, like nothing would stop you from saving your friend. Izuku is now trying hard to not fall to his knees. It looked crazy at how you were using 3 swords to fight, but it was clear you have the skills to back that up. All Might then smiles as Izuku starts thanking him. All Might then holds out his hand towards Izuku. I deem you worthy of my power, my quirk is yours to inherit. Izuku then looks up at All Might and tilts his head in confusion. Ha! Izuku! Ha! You should see your face right now. Don't worry, I'm not gonna force this thing on you. Listen well, young man, this is your choice. Do you want to accept my awesome power or not? All Might yells out while blood explodes from his mouth. Izuku is confused as he looks at All Might. What do you mean, what are you talking about? All Might then wipes the blood from his mouth. Listen, there are a couple things you should know about my abilities. Journalists always guess that my quirk is some kind of super strength or invulnerability type quirk. In interviews that ask about my quirk, I joke or dodge the question. It is because the world needs to believe that their symbol of peace is just a natural-born hero like anyone else. Izuku is staring at All Might with his utmost attention. But I'm not. There is nothing natural about my ability. I wasn't born with this power. It was a sacred torch that was passed down to me from someone else. All Might spreads his arms apart as he tells Izuku this. Someone gave you this quirk? No way. Izuku. Yes way, and you're next. I can give you my abilities. Izuku then looks at All Might with his eyes wide as they have ever been. Wait, hold on, this is a lot to process. It is true that there has been a lot of debate about what your quirk is. Nobody has been able to figure it out. It is one of the world's greatest mysteries. The idea of being able to pass on a quirk or ability sounds crazy to me. Thankfully, because Izuku isn't as nervous anymore, he doesn't mutter a lot. Look, you are just gonna have to adjust to this new reality and accept this new truth. I can transfer my quirk to someone else. And that is just one facet of my secret abilities. All Might then holds out his arm with his hand cupped open. The true name of my power is One for All. One for all. Izuku. Yes, one person improves the power and then hands it off to another person. It continues to grow as it is passed along. It is this cultivated power that allows me to save those in need of a hero, the truth behind my strength. All Might then grips his hand as he finishes his reality-shattering truth. Izuku stares at All Might's fist. Why would you choose to give me a gift like that? I was on a long hunt for a worthy successor, and then I watched you jump into action as the rest of us stood idly by. While you are quirkless, you were able to save that boy. You acted like a hero. All Might. Izuku's eyes tear up as All Might praises him. Seriously, you gotta stop crying so much if you want my quirk. Come on, kid. Izuku then clenches his hands as he looks up at All Might. He said so much to encourage me, he even told me the secret of his power. How can I turn him down? Okay, I'll do it, yes. Izuku. No reluctance, that's exactly how I figured you'd respond. All Might. But it wasn't that simple. Receiving All Might's power turned out to be no easy task, as I'd soon found out. Izuku. Izuku POV. All Might then gave me his phone number and told me to meet him tomorrow morning at Dagoba Beach. I then walked home and had to calm down my mom after she had heard the news about what happened. After dinner, I went to bed so that I could meet All Might bright and early tomorrow. This was the first step on how I was able to get my quirk. Dagoba Beach. After All Might told Izuku to meet him here for training, he then makes sure to wear an undershirt, hoodie, track pants, his red shoes, and brings his kendo sword. It was about 7 in the morning when he arrived at the beach. Hello, young Midoriya, are you ready to train today? Izuku then turned around to see All Might in his skinny form waving at him. All Might was wearing some casual clothes and had just got out of a pickup truck. Hello, All Might, and what do you mean by train? Izuku, well, you see, in order for you to receive my quirk, you need to have a strong enough body so you can handle my quirk's power. Also, my real name is Tashinori Yagi. So while I am in this form, please call me Yagi. Yagi. Yagi then points to the trash-filled beach. You see, this beach was once beautiful, but because of sea currents and people illegally dumping here, the beach is now just a huge garbage pit. In order to train you, I will have you clean the entire coastline. By doing this, you should be able to pass the UA entrance exam that takes place in 10 months. You do want to go to UA, right? Yagi. Izuku nodded while his eyes widened at the news of cleaning the beach. By cleaning this beach, you will also be helping the community. Back in the day, being a hero was helping your fellow man and community by doing tasks like this. Yagi. Okay, so by doing this I am killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Izuku. Yes indeed, young man. Now if you don't mind, can you take your shirt off real quick? I need to see what I'm working with here so I know how much to train you. Yagi. Izuku agrees and then takes off the top part of his clothes, and Yagi is surprised. Man, I thought that this kid was strong, but his clothes really hid his body. He might be able to clean this beach in about 7 to 8 months. Yagi. Alright, you can put your clothes back on, and before we start I want you to have this. Yagi then pulls out a stack of papers. Izuku grabs them and reads the title. Aim to pass American Dream Plan? Izuku looks up at Yagi, who is smiling. Yep, this will be your training schedule. I made it to help make sure you are ready for my quirk before the UA entrance exam. Almost every part of your day-to-day life is written here so you can follow what to do at what time to help train your body. You will still have days off to relax and help make sure you do not overexert yourself, but keep in mind that this still won't be easy. Do you think you can handle it? Yagi. Izuku smiles and nods his head. I have trained for most of my life to help me accomplish my dream. There is no way I would back down now. Izuku then holds his right fist close to his heart and grins. That is what I like to hear, fanboy. Whenever you have trash to throw away, just put it in the back of the pickup truck. Yagi points at the truck he had arrived in. Today was the day when Izuku would start his training to be able to wield one for all. 2 weeks later, Yagi POV. As I get to the beach this morning, I see that young Midoriya is already there. He has already started to make some pathways through the garbage. I smile and walk to him, trying to lift a refrigerator. Hey, how is it going down there? I ask as I change forms and jump on top of the fridge. Midoriya looks up at me while catching his breath. Well, it just got a lot harder with the now added 560 pounds. I actually lost weight. I'm down to 540 these days, in this form at least. Midoriya signs and very slowly pulls the fridge with me on it. I actually came up here to ask you a few questions, if that is okay, young Midoriya? I then hop off my seat and transform back to my other form. Sure thing, I mean Yagi. Izuku is now able to pick up the pace with the extra weight now gone. No POV. Alright then, first question. I noticed that you use swordplay for fighting. What's the reason why you choose that? Yagi. Well, a long time ago I saw this one video of a swordsman fighting off some villains with only a sword. While he did have a quirk, he only needed a sword. That gave me hope that while I can't train to get a quirk, I can train to fight with a sword and become a hero. I even trained so that if I use swords I won't accidentally kill someone with my swords. Izuku then scratches the back of his head. Though now it feels weird to say now that I am training to get a quirk. Izuku. I like your sense of humor, young Midoriya, and I'm happy to hear that you have trained to not cause any more damage than you should. My next question is, what are your goals? I know you said you want to be the next #1 hero, but it is good to have other goals so you get the most out of life. Yagi. Well, I want to master being a blacksmith, become a bit of a musician, and I want to be the world's greatest swordsman. I always wanted to be the greatest as soon as I saw swordplay. It was always amazing to see masters move with grace, but attack like a predator. Izuku. Those are some fine goals. I never did have many other hobbies besides watching movies. So it is good to enjoy the things you like, so there is more to you than what meets the eye. Yagi. Yagi then gets both serious and confused. Next, even though I am happy you chose to be my successor, why did you? I would have understood if you wanted to try and be a quirkless hero. Kagi. Izuku then stops hauling some trash and looks at Yagi. Izuku looks down at his right hand as he clenches it. You see, I never want to see people get hurt when I wasn't strong enough to stop it. I want to ensure I do the same as you and save as many people as I can. While I can't save everyone, I would regret it if I never used this chance to make me the best hero ever. And besides, Izuku then grabs his kendo sword and holds it out. When the time comes for me to take the title of world's greatest swordsman, I will not use my quirk. I will only use my skills to prove to the world and everyone in it that I didn't need a quirk to earn that title. Izuku smiles as he then slashes at the air with speed only earned through rigorous training. Yagi is speechless at what Izuku is saying, but smiles at the goal of the young man. He would still prove his worth through tackling this challenge without a quirk, while still using his power to save others. Man, you keep on getting better, young Midoriya. Well, it is an honor for me to have someone with such a kind, strong heart be my student. Yagi gives a thumbs up at Izuku as he smiles while scratching his head. Izuku then started to clean up the beach at a faster rate to help his body be worthy of one for all. 3 weeks later, Izuku is at the beach getting rid of more trash. Yagi had some other work to do, so he wasn't there to take the trash. Thankfully, Yagi thought of this beforehand and had set up a big dumpster out by the beach. As Izuku hauled 2 more trash bags up the steps and into the dumpster, he heard someone yell, "Hey! Where did all my salvage go?" Izuku turns around to see a teenage girl looking at the junk. She had pink dreads and yellow eyes that looked like they had the crosshair of a scope in them. She was wearing some steampunk goggles, brown gloves, a black tank top, and had a mechanic's jumpsuit on, with the top part tied to her waist. She turns around and sees Izuku just put away his last trash bag. "You? You have been stealing my baby-making materials, haven't you?" She points accusingly at Izuku. What do you mean baby-making?" "I am just cleaning up the beach." Izuku yells out as he holds up his hands in defense. The girl then walks over to Izuku and grabs his hoodie. She then starts to drag him over to the next lot. "I use this stuff to help make my babies, my inventions. And you have been taking it." Izuku then goes ooh as he now knows what she means, but is still confused as to why she is dragging him. Where are you taking me?" "Because you have taken away some materials I need, you are gonna help me find some more," she exclaims happily as she brings Izuku to a storage garage in the next lot. When she opens it, Izuku sees that it is full of crazy inventions and a makeshift workshop. "So here is the deal, any strong metals or junk with circuitry in it you find while cleaning, you will bring here. If you do this, then I won't get mad and break your legs." The girl smiles as she then pulls out a big heavy wrench. Izuku gulps and rubs his legs, hoping that it won't come to that. "Alright, since I can still get a workout if I bring those materials to you, and because I did take away some of your scrap, I will help you out." The girl smiles and sits down at her work table. "Great. Now get me some car doors, please." Before Izuku leaves, he approaches the girl first. My name is Izuku Midoriya, what is your name?" The girl looks at him and holds out her hand. "My name is Mei Hasjum, future inventor extraordinaire, and I won't be able to remember your name." She smiles as Izuku is confused by her saying she won't remember his name and starts to try and shake her hand. Before he could take it though, her hand then starts to feel up Izuku. "What are you doing?" "Izuku. Wow, you got a lot of muscles and you said you are training, why?" Hasum asks. "Well, I am training for the UA Hero Course entrance exam." Izuku stutters. Hatsum smiles and stops feeling him up. "That's great, I'm going to apply for the support course at UA too. If you make it in, I can use you to help test my inventions. In return, I can make you your support gear." Hatsum smiles as she then shows off the inventions in the workshop. Izuku is surprised to hear that she is applying to UA as well. The inventions she showed looked crazy, but well built and helpful. "Hey Hasjum, can you make some swords?" Izuku. "Sure I can, and just call me Mei. While I never did master blacksmithing, I can easily make a sword that has jets to apply speed to your swings, or some electric coils to make it a sharp stun baton. No need for any of the extra gadgets Mei. I only need 2 basic katanas. I can even help you make them since I also know some blacksmithing." Izuku. Mei gains a huge grin as Izuku has just said something he shouldn't have. "Really? You know how to make weapons? That's great, you can help me out with some work as payment for the swords. This is going to be great new best friend." Mei. Izuku blushes at this news. "I'm your new best friend?" Izuku. "Sure, I don't really have any other friends, and this way we both can have a friend when we get into UA muscles." Izuku is confused by the nickname. "Muscles, why did you call me that?" "Well, because I have a hard time remembering names. This nickname will help me have something to call you." Mei. Izuku just grins nervously and once again tries to shake hands. "Well, I look forward to working with and being friends with you, Mei." Mei then shakes his hand and gives Izuku a smile that he thought was pretty cute. Likewise, Muscles. 3 weeks later. 2 months have passed since Izuku took up the challenge to clean up Dagoba Beach so that he can train his body to inherit All Might's quirk. Even though he has started to help out Mei by bringing her some scrap now and then, he is still making good progress. Izuku just finished getting the area in front of where Yagi parks the truck cleaned up. There is still some work to be done, but Izuku is getting there. Izuku has the day off and is hanging out with his mother. They are going clothes shopping for Izuku's hero suit. Because Mei had said she would be his exclusive support technician, he needs to have the base of the costume ready for Mei to upgrade it. When Izuku first told his mom about Mei, she cried at how her son got his first girlfriend, even though Izuku denied that she is his girlfriend. Izuku knew while shopping that his hero costume would not be some skin-tight bodysuit or jumpsuit. Because he still likes his baggy clothes and hates if something is tight on him, he and his mom are looking for clothes he can use. So far they had found a black undershirt, some dark green cargo pants, and a dark green short-sleeved hoodie. The pants were great because the pockets could store useful things and the hoodie could easily be modified to have some armor pads built in. Bonus points because they are the same dark green color. Right now they had just left a sports store with some white gloves, a red utility belt, black knee pads, black elbow pads, and a white short scarf. The whole time shopping, Inko kept teasing her son about Mei. Inko was just happy that Izuku finally found a friend after so many years. Since she was still friends with Mitsuki Bakugo, Katsuki's mom, Inko knew that their sons didn't hang out anymore. While Bakugo doesn't pick on Izuku anymore, they do not hang out like regular friends do because they see each other more like rivals than anything else. Inko is happy that Izuku may start to interact with kids his own age and make friends once he gets to UA. 2 months later, Izuku has cleaned up about 65% of the beach at this point. It has stopped smelling as bad and he only has the really heavy stuff left. When Izuku first started, he decided to get rid of the trash bags and any gross stuff first. This way he doesn't have the worst things to deal with as the last thing he has to clean. He figured it would be good to treat this like a band-aid and get the worst of it over with fast, and it had worked out. Izuku was able to find an old barbell and some weights that Izuku would use to train. The barbell was big and had its total weight be about 500 pounds. Izuku would bench press it and sometimes would add the weights to one end of the bar. He would then practice his sword swings with it like this to make sure he didn't lose out of his sword training. When Yagi saw him training like this, he had blood spew out his mouth at how surprised he was to see this. Izuku also spent time with Mei at her little workshop. When he first started to help her, he had to clean up her workshop because everything was just tossed around without care. Mei had this problem where if she had one of her inventions fail, she would just toss it on a pile of broken inventions that she would fix later. The problem was that she would then start on a new invention and forgot to fix the failed ones. She was thankful that Izuku got her to remember about some of them and even finally fix some of them. Mei and Izuku got to know about each other a bit more and even found herself really enjoying his company. Mei and Izuku also tried to make some new swords for Izuku, but it didn't turn out that well. Mei was more rusty at blacksmithing than she thought after the first few failed attempts at making just a simple knife. Izuku was there to comfort her and remind her that blacksmithing isn't easy. Even the cutlass Izuku made had some problems with it, so a katana isn't something you can learn to make in a day. This made Mei happy and glad that there is still more to learn about making things. Yagi, meanwhile, is proud of the work Izuku has done and thinks they might be ahead of schedule. Both he and Izuku spent time together to help build their student-master relationship. They even hung out on some of Izuku's days off to have fun together. Yagi really enjoyed how creative Izuku was and was shocked at how detailed some of his other hero notebooks were. Yagi is glad that his successor is smart and really happy to spend time with him like his own masters did for him. One of his favorite moments with Izuku was when they got some lunch and ate at a nearby park. They just sat at a bench and joked with each other as they ate. It reminds him of when Gran Torino gave him a break from training and they ate some ice cream on the roof of his home. Izuku notices how close he is to cleaning the beach and decides to kick things into overdrive. 1 month later, Yagi was getting out of his truck ready to help start training Izuku today when he heard something. "Hey, Grig." Yagi hears someone roar out as he then runs to see what is going on. What he sees surprises him. The whole entire beach is cleared as he sees Izuku standing shirtless atop a mountain of junk yelling his lungs out. "Hey kid, are you serious? There isn't a speck of trash even left." "Oh my goodness." Yagi transforms in the middle of his sentence as he stares at Izuku. Izuku then starts to wobble as he falls off his mountain. All Might then rushes in and catches him and helps him to his feet. "Holy cow, young Midoriya, I never expected to see you clean this beach in about 5 months. I thought that the earliest would be 7, but you somehow did it. All Might hugs and pats Izuku's back after his hard work. Izuku smiles shakily and looks at All Might. All Might, I did it. Do you think I am ready now? Izuku. Ha, my boy, you are more than ready. Look at yourself now. All Might takes a picture on his phone of Izuku to show him. Izuku had grown an inch and his body became stronger, but more defined as well so as to not lose speed. Izuku has also upgraded his six-pack to an 8-pack, and he now looks like he is made of marble with how condensed his muscles were. My boy, you have done well and come so far. You still have some steps to complete until you can handle my full power, but I know you can do it. All Might then puts his phone away. Izuku then looks at his hand. All Might, I have come so far. You have helped me a lot by doing this. But do I really deserve this? How did I get so lucky? Izuku. All Might smiles and puts his hand on Izuku's shoulder. Are you really worried about that after these 5 months? All Might then plucks a strand of his hair. Midoriya, it was you busting your butt that made this happen, not me. Someone once told me that there is a difference between being lucky and deserving. One is an accident, the other is a reward. Never get these two confused. All Might then holds the hair out. Let this lesson be remembered, young Midoriya. You have earned this power. Thank you, All Might. Izuku says as he looks up and smiles. Now then, eat this. All Might then tries to hand over the strand of hair to Izuku. Izuku looks at him confused and yells. Eeha! This is not how I thought I would get your powers. Sorry, but you have to swallow a piece of my DNA. That's how this works. This is also less gross than eating a fingernail or drinking some of my sweat. Don't worry, I washed my hair with unscented shampoo so it doesn't taste weird. If all I need is to have some of your DNA, couldn't you just prick your finger, put a few drops of your blood in some water, and then I drink that water instead? Izuku asks All Might, who puts his hand to his chin. All Might then transforms back into his skinny form. You know, I didn't think about that, but that could work. Yagi, please don't tell me that the reason you tried to give me your hair and didn't think of another way to pass your quirk was because that was how you got it? Izuku. Yagi then turned around and started to walk towards his truck. I have no idea what you mean. Now let me grab a bottle of water from my truck. Oh yeah, that was definitely how he got one for all passed down to him. Izuku thinks as he follows Yagi. About 45 minutes have passed since Izuku drank from the water bottle. Since it takes about an hour or two before Yagi can tell if the quirk was passed on, he has Izuku relax as he then takes the leftover trash to a real dump. Izuku really hopes that it was passed on so he doesn't have to eat the hair. As Izuku watches the waves crash on the now beautiful sands on the beach, he can't help but think of a new attack. As he thinks about having his body flow like water, Yagi comes back from his final trip. Hey there, I was thinking that to celebrate what you did, how about I take you out to eat to reward you? Yagi. Sure, I would love that, Yagi. Just let me call my mom to let her know. Izuku grabs his phone and lets his mom know that he won't be back for dinner. Inko tried to tease him thinking he was going out with Mei. Izuku denies that and tells her he is going to go with his new trainer. When Izuku first started going to the beach to train so he could inherit one for all, he told his mom that he met a trainer who wanted to help Izuku pass the entrance exam. This way his mom wouldn't worry and he was technically telling the truth about training. After the call, Izuku felt a change in his body. It seems that your idea worked. I was able to pass my quirk to you. Yagi says as he has also felt the change. Because I want you to rest, we will try and use your new power tomorrow, all right? Yagi. Izuku nodded as he agreed because he was tired from kicking things into next gear to clean the beach as fast as possible. They both later went to one of Yagi's favorite ramen shops and they both had a nice time. Izuku is excited to start the next step of training, learning how to use one for all. The next day, Izuku and Yagi meet at Dagoba Beach at 6 in the morning so no one would see them train. If someone does see them, Yagi has a license that allows him to teach someone how to use their quirk outside in an open space. All right, young Midoriya, when training you to use one for all or talking about it in public, let's call it something else so no one hears about it. Yagi. Izuku nods and lets him continue. We will call it stockpile since it took you so long for your quirk to build up. power for it to finally show up, and I have something similar, so it makes sense for me to help you. Alright then, so how do I use my new quirk? It would be great to know how to control it before the entrance exam. Izuku. You see, the key to use it is a bit strange. It changes from user to user, so it won't be easy. Yagi says seriously. What do you mean it changes from user to user? Izuku asks, confused. Well, my master said that she had to focus on her quirk to feel the connection to stockpile for her to use it. As for me, I just feel it out as I try to use it. Yagi shrugs. Izuku falls down anime style when he hears this. So you're telling me that my only option is to just feel out my quirk? Izuku. No. What I am saying is that you need to just do what comes natural to you. Even with people who are related to each other who have the same quirk, most of them use it using a different method. Yagi lectures with his finger pointing up. Izuku nodded as he kinda understood what Yagi was saying. There are many cases where a parent and child have the exact same quirk, but they both activate them differently. That makes sense, I guess. So what should I try? Izuku. Like I said, it is best to try what comes naturally to you. If that doesn't work, we can try something else. Yagi. Izuku then closes his eyes and tries to think of what to do. Then he starts to visualize him holding a sword in his right hand. Izuku focuses on that feeling and his hand starts to tingle. When he opens his eyes, he sees his hand and part of his arm glow with red veins. That's good, Midoriya. Whatever you did seems to have worked out. Yagi. Izuku smiles as he feels like he had an ocean of power that was set on fire in the middle of a storm raging within him. His arm really starts to hurt, so Izuku then reels back his fist to try and unleash some of it. Wait, no, stop. Yagi yells, waving his arms out. Izuku stops just in time as the power turns off. What do you mean stop? Izuku asks, confused. Look, while your body can hold stockpile now, it was kinda rushed to do it. It would be safer if you try not to release 100% of your power. I recommend lowering it to something that doesn't make your arm hurt just holding it in. Yagi says this as he signs because Izuku almost gave him a heart attack when he almost released his full power towards him. Oh, I guess that makes sense. Okay, then let me try to lower it. Izuku says as he closes his eyes again. When he visualized the sword again, he felt the power from before ramp up as he tried to pull some of it back. Tugging on the sensation did nothing, but after thinking about how visualizing a sword helped him, he figured he would try thinking of a similar analogy. He starts to think of the sword's blade becoming duller and duller. It works as his arm is still glowing, but isn't hurting from trying to contain the power. Alright, now that looks much better. Now time to release it onto the ocean. Yagi yells as he then points to the ocean. All you need to do is reel your fist back and yell from the depths of your heart, smash. Izuku's sweat drops at Yagi's behavior, but complies with him anyway. It would be a good idea to see what he was able to do and see how much power he was using. Okay then. Izuku gets into his stance and faces the ocean. Smash. Izuku. The punch creates a shockwave that indents the waters a little. It felt amazing to use this power, and Izuku felt like he did when he first mastered his Onigiri strike. However, it was nowhere near All Might's level. That was good, kid, you did pretty well. If I had to say, you were able to use about 8 to 9% of stockpile's power. Yagi says as he cups his chin. Izuku is surprised that he was only able to use at most 9% power. Is that really the best I can do? I thought I would be able to do more than that. Izuku. Of course, that is the maximum you can do. Your body hasn't adjusted to it yet. Your body needs some time and training until it can handle more horsepower. It is like someone who just suddenly grew a tail and you asked them to do tricks with it. Yagi. Izuku looks up at his master. Oh, once again that makes sense. It took me a while to learn how to use a sword until I was able to fight in practice matches against other students at the dojo. Izuku. Don't worry, young man. This old man will help you figure out how to use your newfound power. We now have 5 months worth of training left for you. Yagi gives another thumbs up. Thank you, and you aren't an old man, Yagi. Izuku. Yagi laughs as he pats Izuku on the back. Izuku just hopes he will be ready for the entrance exam. 3 months later. Izuku has been training to use one for all with Yagi for a while now. He still has some problems controlling his new quirk and has had some misfires every now and then. Izuku has also spent more time hanging out or helping Mei. He finally got her to fix or scrap all of her broken babies that were lying around. Mei has been studying katana sword making and is making great strides. Izuku has also been studying blacksmithing because it is one of his hobbies and he is great help for Mei. It seems that right now Izuku has a little more knowledge about blacksmithing than Mei. They are getting closer to making Izuku his new swords, but still need a month or two. Izuku has also spent some time with Uncle Iroh as well. They spend their time talking, tea making, drinking, feeding birds, and playing chess. Iroh still gives Izuku the slip whenever he asks for a clue about how to cut steel. Izuku is sitting in a meditation stance as Yagi watches over him on the beach. Izuku has been having this feeling like he isn't using one for all in the right way. Izuku opens his eyes and looks at Yagi. It's no use, I can't seem to get a better grasp on it. Izuku. That is alright, there is still some time left. I'm sorry I can't give you better advice. Yagi shrugs. When I got stockpile I was able to use all of it right off the bat. However, I was trained longer by my master to handle stockpile before I went to UA. So no need to worry. Yagi. I know. I just can't help but feel like I'm not using it right. Izuku says as he stands up. Don't worry, we will figure it out. Now let's go back to combat training. I know you have mastered hand-to-hand combat, so let us train you using your kendo sword. Yagi says as he tosses Izuku's kendo sword to him. Alright then, thank you for helping me sword train out here. Izuku. It's quite alright. I remember you said that sword training is important to help you remember the basics. You also said that it helps you remember the feeling like your sword is an extension of your body. Yagi says as he watches Izuku do some practice swings. Yeah, I feel like my entire body is part of my sword? Izuku stops and looks at his kendo sword. I got it. Izuku. What do you have? Yagi jumps back in surprise. I am a sword. Izuku looks happily at his master. Yagi gives Izuku a confused look. I have no idea what you mean. I mean how I use my entire body to use my sword. I use every part of my body to fight, swing, and defend with my swords. I use my arms, legs, chest, and head. I need to use one for stockpile across my entire body. When you use stockpile, your whole body changes into your muscle form, not just your arm or leg getting bulky. Izuku then starts to imagine the sword again, but instead of just holding it in his hand, he remembers the feeling of using his entire body to swing his sword. He then starts to glow across his body, but once it spreads across his whole body it dies down. Then his whole body starts to emit green electricity off his body. Whoa! Izuku says surprised. Whoa indeed! Yagi says as well. Yagi then bulks up back into his strong form and laughs. Haha, well you sure are creative young Midoriya, but the real question is, can you fight? All Might then gets into a combat stance. I don't know, but I want to find out. Izuku says as he readies his kendo sword. Then let's go. All Might says as he and Izuku start to train. It looks like I got another step closer, even though I still have about 100,000 left. Izuku thinks as he battles All Might. 2 months and 3 weeks later. Izuku has trained to use one for all in this new way with All Might. He called this new form Full Cowl and it has really amped up his sword techniques. Now when he uses Dragon Twister while in Full Cowl, he can send his foe to the top of a 2-story building. He and Mei have also finally made Izuku his new swords. They are just 2 basic katanas with black sheaths and handles. They have no name, but Izuku is sure he will think of something for them. Well, here you go. I'm sorry it took so long, but at least they are sturdy. Mei smiles as she hands Izuku the swords. It is no problem, Mei. Thank you so much for helping me make these. It was a lot of fun when we were not exploding. Izuku gives Mei a grin that makes her feel hot in the face. Why does his smile make my face heat up? Mei questions herself. I'm still working on your hero suit though, so it won't be ready for the entrance exam. Mei. It will be fine. I don't want to wear my hero suit before I enroll anyway. Izuku. Well, I hope these babies help you out with your entrance exam. Mei gives a thumbs up. They will, I'm sure of it. Izuku smiles as he ties the swords to his waist. The sun is setting on the beach as Izuku and Yagi finish training. Izuku was able to use the idea of being like water to develop a new sword technique. Izuku calls it streaming wolf swords, and he dodges and weaves through his foes, like his body is water flowing in a stream. As he flows by his enemies, he cuts them and sends them flying. Well, young Midoriya, I think you are ready for the entrance exam. Yagi smiles as he sits down. I think so too. I can use about 10% of stockpile. Izuku sits next to Yagi as they watch the sunset. You have done well, and I want you to know that, pass or fail, I will always help you become the next symbol of peace. Yagi smiles as he looks at Izuku. I know that I will always have those close to me to help me out when I need it. Izuku smiles back as he looks at Yagi. I will always have you, my mom, Mei, Uncle Iroh, and my great-grandmother to watch over me. Izuku. You have never said anything about your great-grandmother before. Who is she? Yagi. Oh, I guess I never had. Well, it is a sad story, but it means a lot to me. Izuku. Izuku then retells the story of his great-grandmother and his mom giving him the picture of her to him. Yagi's eyes water as he is told this story, but smiles at the end of it. That was a beautiful story, and she sounds like a lovely woman, young Midoriya. I also think that she is watching over you. Yagi. Thank you, and I think so too. I am happy that I have a hero's blood flowing through my veins. That's why I always keep her in my heart. Izuku says and then pulls out the picture from his wallet. I know that she will watch over me, but I only wish I got to meet her. Izuku smiles sadly as he looks at the photograph. Yagi looks at Izuku and sees the picture. He thought he saw something peculiar out of the corner of his eye. Hey, if it is all right with you, can I look at the picture? Yagi. Oh sure, here you go. Izuku hands the photo over, and when Yagi gets a good look at it, he is shocked. This was a picture of his master, the one who passed one for all to him, Nana Shimura. He can't believe that Izuku was her great-grandson. When her husband died, she had to give up her son to an orphanage. Nana didn't want all for one to get his hands on him, so she did one of the hardest things she had to do and gave up her son so he would be all right. When she sent her son away, she made Gran Torino and him promise that when she is gone that they would not try and find him. She didn't want to risk all for one, tracking them when they try to find and pick him up. Yagi is now worried that he gave one for all to her descendant and might have painted a target on his back. What do I do now? I can't just break my master's trust that I would go back on the promise that I made to her. Even though I only promised to not interact with her son and not any of her descendants. But I also can't just ask Midoriya to give me back one for all. I know that he can become the next #1 hero and world's greatest swordsman. Oh, what do I do? Yagi starts to freak out in his mind about this dilemma. Then out of nowhere he feels the embers of one for all spark out within him. He then feels like someone is next to his left ear. It is okay, Toshi, you gave it to the right person. Yagi is surprised and looks to his left and is shocked that no one is there. Yagi, are you all right? Izuku asks, confused. Yagi smiles with tears in his eyes, then turns back toward his successor and gives him back the photo. Yes, I'm fine, I just thought I heard someone. Yagi. He then wraps his right arm around Izuku's shoulders. You know, if you pass, and I know you will, I will tell you a secret. Master, thank you. I am glad you also think that young Midoriya is worthy. Yagi. Really? Cool, I will try my best. Izuku smiles as they both go back to watching the sunset. Yagi looks at Izuku's smile. I always thought that his smile was familiar. I guess he has your smile, Nana. Izuku is ready to take the entrance exam and starts his hero training at the school All Might has graduated from. Yue won't know what hit them. Yue entrance way. Izuku is now standing in the archway of Yue High School ready to take the entrance exam. He has his swords in a silk sword bag tied to his backpack and is ready to use them. The exam consists of a written test and a physical exam. Izuku not only trained for the physical portion, but also studied to be ready for the written test. Right now, many students who want to be heroes are applying. Being a UA graduate helps start off people's hero careers with a bang. Bakugo just glares at Izuku before walking away. Bakugo has had a slight change since the slime villain incident. He was not as antagonistic as he used to be and just left Izuku alone. However, the few times they have crossed paths they did stare down at one another. Izuku shakes his head to refocus on UA. He looks back at the entrance and thinks about the heroes who have graduated from UA and are some of the top-rated. Some of the best heroes who have graduated from UA are top rankers like All Might, Endeavor, Best Jeanist, and Hawkeye Mihawk. Izuku later found the video again that inspired him to train as a swordsman. The video was taken down in the first place because of its violence but was later re-uploaded when it was then he found out who the hero was in the video, the greatest swordsman in the world and number 7 hero, Hawkeye Mihawk. He is about 6 feet 6 inches tall and has black hair, mustache and beard. His hero costume consisted of black boots, violet pants, a musketeer hat and feather, cross necklace, and a black trench coat with red cloth lining and red sleeves. His quirk is called Hawkeye. It allows its user's eyes to have the eyesight of a hawk's eyes and looks like a hawk's eyes as well. There are no real downsides to it but no real upside either since it just allows you to see farther and better. He carries 2 weapons, one on his back that is the strongest black sword in the world. One is a hidden knife in his necklace and the last one is a kodachi strapped to his lower back. Izuku shakes his head to clear out his thoughts on Mihawk. He has an exam to take and just standing here won't do anything. As he walks inside he sees a brown-haired girl about to trip. Before she fell Izuku caught her and helped her to her feet. She was shorter than him with bob-cut brown hair and had a permanent blush on the sides of her cheeks. Sorry for catching you, it would be bad luck to fall before an exam, so I hope you don't mind. Izuku smiles. Oh, thank you and I don't mind. I am just really nervous. The girl smiled. I don't blame you, today is really exciting. Well, I hope you make it and see you inside. Izuku then runs into the building so he isn't late. The girl then thinks, he was really handsome and his arms felt so strong. She blushes and then runs in as well. 2 hours later. Izuku had finished the written test and is now sitting in the auditorium waiting for the explanation of the physical test. He is sitting next to Bakugo and they both are sitting there in silence. The lights then dim as someone takes to the podium. Welcome to the UA physical test. Now are you guys ready? He yells as no one responds. Izuku knows this man as Present Mike and decides to throw him a bone. Yo! Izuku yells. Mike smiles and then points at Izuku. Thanks for that, little listener. While I know we aren't supposed to play favorites, I hope you make it in. Now onto the rules of the physical test. Mike then turns on a projector that shows some pictures of robots and numbers next to them. Now here is how the test works. You will all be led to a combat ground where the test will take place. The combat ground that you go to is listed on your exam pass that you have received earlier. Once there you will enter the grounds and fight fake villains. The fake villains will be robots with point values attached to them. They range from 1-pointer to 2-pointers, and to 3-pointers. The goal is to defeat the robots and gain the points attached to them. You want to earn as many villain points as you can before the time limit is up. If you have earned enough and scored high enough on the written tests, you will be admitted to UA. If not, well, there is always next year. Mike shrugs and pulls out a piece of paper. Some other rules of this exam are that while you can steal points from other examinees, you cannot hurt them. If you hurt another test taker, you will immediately fail. You also can't leave the grounds until the time limit is up. If you leave, that is another immediate fail. If you are hurt or don't want to fight anymore, you can head back to the entrance. Now are there any questions? Mike yells out. A tall young man that has short blue hair and glasses then stood up with his arm raised. Yes, I have a question. On the printout it says there are 4 types of robots. If this is a spelling error, then it is shameful for a school like UA to allow this to happen. We are exemplary students who came here today to do our best. Tall guy says. Thank you, examinee number 7771, for that request. I was actually getting to that. You see, there is a 4th robot that is worth 0 points. It's not like you can't or shouldn't defeat him, there is just no point. I recommend that you ignore it. Thank you and sorry about my interruption. Tall guy bows and then sits down. No problem. Now if there are no other questions, let's head to the combat grounds. Remember the school motto to go beyond plus ultra. Plus ultra. The rest of the students yell. A few minutes later, Izuku is now in his training gear that he was wearing at the beach, green track pants, black undershirt, green hoodie. He also has his swords tied to his waist as he gets off the bus that went to his combat ground. He then sees the girl from earlier is next to him as they wait to start. Hello there. Izuku waves. Oh hi there. What a coincidence that we are at the same battle area. Girl. Yeah it is. Oh, I never introduced myself, I'm Izuku Midoriya. Izuku holds his hand out. I'm Achiko Uraraka. Nice to meet you. Achiko shakes Izuku's hands. Izuku noticed that she was shaking a little bit. Are you still nervous? Izuku. Oh I still trying to calm down, we only get one chance at this. Achiko smiles wobbly. Just do this breathing exercise and you should be fine. Breathe in for 4 seconds. Izuku. She does this as she closes her eyes. Hold it for 7 seconds, then breathe out for 8 seconds. If you keep doing this it should help. Izuku. She does this a few times and starts to visibly relax. Wow, that worked. Thank you. Achiko. No problem, now let's get ready. Izuku then looks towards the gate entrance of the battleground. Izuku then sees Present Mike walking on top of the border wall. Izuku then puts on his bandana and readies his swords. As Mike gets next to the gate, he presses a button that slowly opens the gate. Start! Mike yells. The examinees look at Mike and each other confused. Come on. There is no real countdown when you are in a fight. Look, the green one has already started. Mike yells and points in the city. The other examinees then see Izuku covered in green electricity already in the battle city. Wait, how is he so fast? I didn't even see him move. Crap, he is gonna get a head start. The other examinees then run after him. Izuku meanwhile is running in. Full cowl, 3 swords at the ready, and sees some 1-pointers ahead and gets his swords ready. Thanks to his last few months of training, Izuku can use about 10% of one for all without hurting himself. Full cowl, onigiri. Izuku cuts all the 1-pointers in half and then runs off to look for more robots. Man running around in full cowl feels great. Izuku then finds 2 2-pointers who lock onto him. Target acquired. The 2-pointers say as they rush at Izuku. Now I can see how this move works on enemies that are not friggin' All Might. Izuku thinks as he starts to dodge and flow like water. Full cowl 3-sword style streaming wolf swords. Izuku passes by the robots without a scratch on him as the robots fall apart. Can't stop now, I need to get more points. Izuku says as he runs deeper in the city. As he is running, he decides that when using full cowl as he attacks, he won't say 3-sword style and full cowl together because it takes too long to say all of that. It really could give his enemies enough time to react. He finds a 3-pointer in an alley and the robot sees him, then fires some rockets at Izuku. He reacts fast and twists his body. Full cowl dragon twister. Izuku says as he uses the force of his attack to redirect the rockets back to its sender. The 3-pointer explodes as Izuku jumps over it to find more enemies. That was much easier to say instead of full cowl 3-sword style. Izuku thinks as he is back on the streets. Izuku sees some more 1-pointers on top of a building fire their guns at some other exam takers. While the bullets they are firing are made of rubber, they still hurt. Izuku wall jumps to the top of the building unnoticed and gets in his stance. Full cowl. Izuku then leaps to the robots while spinning. Hawk wave. Izuku slices the robots up then lands back on the streets and helps the ones getting shot at. After helping them, he runs off feeling amazing and ready to earn more points. About 5 minutes later. Meanwhile, in a dark room filled with monitors, the teacher's judges are watching the examinees try to earn points. There sure are a big batch of rookies down there. Snipe. It seems like this year has the biggest number of exam takers so far. Cementas. I do see a whole lot of potential students, as well as some troublemakers. Glad King. I see a lot of good-looking ones as well. That green one has earned about 50 points and is so handsome and so strong. Midnight says as she licks her lips. Don't make me get the spray bottle. A tired man says as he also looks at the green test taker. Now there is still some time left, so let's not count out those who take a second to get serious. Principal Nizu says as he then presses a red button. Let us see how these hero potentials react when faced with something more serious. Nizu smiles as he drinks his tea. 3 minutes remaining. Mike yells to everyone. Izuku slashes a three-pointer and takes a few seconds to catch his breath. Alright, that should make about 85 points. I hope that is enough to pass. Izuku. The ground then starts to shake and Izuku starts to look around to find the source. He then sees a giant robot with the number 0 painted on its arms start to move down the street. That's the 0-pointer? That thing is as tall as most of these fake buildings. Izuku yells. He then sees other exam takers run away from this giant metal final boss fight. I guess that makes sense if you need to earn more villain points. Izuku then wonders if he should run or try to fight it to see if he can take it down. As the tall guy from earlier runs by him, Izuku hears someone yell out. Wow wow. Izuku then looks around to see Uraraka trapped by some rubble caused by the 0-pointer. She is on her stomach as she tries to reach behind her to touch any of the debris on her. Izuku sees the 0-pointer moving down the street in a path that will lead it to the girl. Izuku then runs to her and lifts off the rubble on her. Can you move? Izuku. No, I think my ankle is twisted. Achiko tries to pull herself up but can't. Izuku then picks her up in a bridal carry and moves her out of the robot's path. When he sets her down, he turns back to face the robot. I can't let this thing hurt anyone else. Izuku thinks as he readies his swords and turns on full cowl. Izuku starts to spin his swords as he tries to build up as much power as he can that won't hurt him afterwards. As he does this, he feels his back tingle with energy that he has never felt before. What is this feeling and why do I want to apply as much energy as I can to it? Izuku follows his instincts as he adds energy from one for all to that spot. Everyone looks on with surprise as they see Izuku covered in green electricity start to have a sphere of wind appear on his back. While I don't know what is going on, I feel like I can trust this new sensation. Izuku then starts to prepare his ultimate attack. While I was able to cut the other robots in half, I don't think this one is made of the same material. The other robots were made of a flexible metal so the test takers can destroy them. This 0-pointers will need brute force to take it down. Izuku. While this is going on, Yagi is watching from the control room with the teachers and smiles. While you get no villain points for taking on this humongous opponent, there is an opportunity, Yagi. 10% full cowling, Izuku. To really shine, Yagi. 3-sword style, Izuku. And show what you are really made of. Yagi. 3,000 worlds, Izzy. Now clench your butt checks, kid, and yell from the depths from your heart, Yagi thinks. The sphere of wind on Izuku's back then pushes him off like a rocket towards the 0-pointer. Smash! Izuku and Yagi yell think at the same time. Izuku smashes through the robot's chest and lands on the other side. The 0-pointer then starts to collapse in on itself with how its chest has a big hole going through it. Izuku then falls to his knees with how bad his back hurts. That's right, kid, show them what a true hero is. Because nothing is nobler than self-sacrifice. Yagi smiles as Nizu jumps up and down in joy. Everyone who was watching was shocked to see the 0-pointer was taken down in one move. Whoa, did you see that? How is he so strong? I thought his quirk just made him emit electricity. Time's up. Mike yells and everyone then sees a little old lady in a nurse's outfit walking through the crowd. Alright, good work everyone. If you need medical attention, head to the first aid tent back by the city entrance. The nurse says. She then walks over to Uraraka and looks over her. Oh, are you alright, dear? Nurse. Oh no, I twisted my ankle. Achiko. The nurse then kisses her ankle and it starts to glow green. Wow, you fixed it. How did you do that? Achiko. It is because I am the school nurse recovery girl. I can speed up the body's healing process with a kiss. But be warned, it uses your stamina to help heal you, so it can't fix everything. So take some gummies to help gain some energy back. Recovery girl. Recovery girl then walks over to Izuku, who is on his knees. Oh my, your own quirk hurt you this much? Recovery girl. Yeah, but I don't know why. It never did anything like create a sphere of wind before. I would have tested it, but the girl needed help. Izuku says as his back stings. Well, you sure have picked a good one, Toshinori. Here, let's take you back to my office to run some tests. Just give me a sec to help the others. Recovery girl kisses Izuku's back. Izuku didn't want to intrude, but he needed some answers. So he walks to the nurse's office to wait for Recovery girl to finish helping other examinees. 20 minutes later. Up in the monitor room, the teachers are grading Izuku's final attack. Wow, he sure is powerful. Cementos. He isn't the first UA hopeful to try and take down the zero-pointer, but he is the first one to do it in one attack. Snipe. The kid isn't just strong, he has the skills to help back him up. Glad King. Oh, he is just like a tamed wolf, skilled and well-trained in one moment, and can turn feral and dominate you in a second. Oh, I sure hope he makes it so I can give him some private lessons. Midnight drools as she is taking a copy of the video. The tired man looks on with interest at the young swordsman. Yagi is smiling at his successor and then feels his phone vibrate. He looks at it and sees that Recovery girl is asking to see him in the nurse's office to talk about Izuku. Yagi puts his phone away and heads to see what is up with Izuku. In the nurse's office, Izuku is sitting on the edge of the bed as Recovery girl is finishing her tests she took earlier. Hi, I am here. What is going on, Recovery girl? All Might says as he comes into the office. Oh, please be quiet. What if there had been others resting here? Recovery girl smacks All Might with her cane. All Might, deflated and apologies while Izuku freaks out. All Might, what about your secret? Izuku, it is okay, young Midoriya. Recovery not only knows my secret, but she was also the one who performed my surgery when I got hurt 5 years ago. She also knows about One for All. Yagi. Oh, that's good, but what are you doing here, Yagi? Izuku. Yagi smiles at Izuku. I pulled some strings to see you take your tests. You didn't think I would miss this, would you? Also, just so you know, I am not going to pull any strings to help you pass. I figured you would be the type to worry about that. Yagi smiles as he keeps the real secret about him being here. Thank you, Yagi. That means a lot to me. Izuku. Anyway, I came here because Recovery girl sent me a text to come here. Yagi. Well, it is a good thing you are here. I heard from Midoriya here about how he never really got tested to see if he had a quirk. I decided to do those tests to see if One for All is reacting strangely within Midoriya, with how he created the sphere of wind earlier. Recovery girl pulls out some test papers and looks at them. What I found has surprised me. Izuku and Yagi look at her worried about what she has found. It seems like Midoriya here actually had a quirk before One for All. Recovery girl. What? Izuku yells. Yagi is also surprised, but decides to go the quieter route. What do you mean young Midoriya has a quirk? He hasn't shown anything that resembles a quirk while training. Yagi. Recovery girl sits down at her desk and explains. Well, you see, my hypothesis is that Izuku always had a quirk, it just wasn't powerful enough to appear at any point in his life. The test also helped him finally discover it to save someone in a stressful situation. Recovery girl. Izuku cups his chin and thinks. Do you think that by me receiving One for All it gave my original quirk enough power to manifest? Oh wow, Yagi, you really picked a smart one. Yes, I do believe that One for All powered it so that it appeared. My tests show you still do only have one quirk. It seems like instead of having two quirks where you have One for All and another quirk that One for All powered up like it did in the past, they merged. The tests show that your quirk was originally an air pressure quirk. You can compress and control air pressure to propel yourself or shoot out compressed air. The drawback is it needed a ton of energy to do so, hence why you thought you didn't have a quirk. Because your quirk needed the power boosted and One for All is the perfect battery they combined instead of you have two different quirks. Recovery girl. Izuku smiles at this news of him actually having a quirk. Wow, that's amazing. It feels like fate that I needed One for All for it to appear. Then I was chosen to be your successor and was given it. Izuku looks at his master. Yagi smiles as well, also feeling that Izuku was destined to have one for all. Recovery Girl smiles and she snaps her fingers to get their attention. Alright, I will update your quirk registry to say that your quirk is called Stockpile. It builds up energy over time to give its users superhuman strength and speed. I will also put in that you can use excess energy to compress air for different uses. The drawback is that using too much energy to strengthen yourself can hurt you. I recommend that practice using your original quirk because you need more experience with it. You really hurt yourself out there and almost broke your back, so you need to exercise caution. However, while you technically have one quirk, you can still use your original quirk separately from One for All. So, you don't need to use both at the same time if you want just one or the other. Recovery Girl. Izuku nods and gets his things ready. You know you have a really strong quirk. Your parents or grandparents must have some strong air-related quirks. Recovery Girl smiles. Oh well, my mom can use telekinesis, my grandma can hover off the ground about an inch, and I don't know my grandpa on my mom's side. My dad's side of the family doesn't have any quirk related to this either. Izuku. Yagi frowns and decides it is time to tell the truth. Recovery Girl, can you give us a moment? Recovery Girl looks at how serious Yagi is and nods her head, then leaves. What did you want to talk about? Izuku. I believe it is time I tell you about my master and her quirk called Float. Yagi says as he sits next to Izuku. For the next half an hour, Yagi explains who his master was and how both his master and Izuku's great-grandma were one and the same. Toshinori also told how she sacrificed herself to save him. Izuku is crying, but still has a smile on his face. Wow, I can't believe it. I really do have a hero's blood running through my veins. Izuku. You really do, and you also have her smile. Yagi smiles at Izuku, who is even more happy at how he resembles his grandma. I also believe that you are destined to wield One for All and become the world's greatest hero and swordsman. Yagi says as he ruffles Izuku's hair. Izuku's grin becomes wider, feeling like he defied all odds and made his fate become what it is now. Now let me give you a ride to get you home to rest. Your results should come in about a week from now. Yagi says as they both walk out of the office. 1 week later. Izuku is on the beach watching the sun set with a letter from Yue in his pocket. He and Mei decided to open their letters together on Dagoba Beach. Izuku had asked Yagi to give him a ride because he also wanted to bring his guitar with him. Izuku had bought an acoustic guitar a while ago to practice playing music. One of Izuku's favorite pastimes is to play on the beach after training. Now that he won't have enough time to come here as often if he gets into Yue, Izuku decides to play one more song that Izuku had made. So clench your fist now, you're gonna break them. If they don't listen, well, you got to make them. The time is upon you to show them what you could do. You're breaking the mold and now you'll fight back. I know you'll break through someday somehow. The bells are ringing, your victory is now. The time is upon you to show them what you can do, and now they will know that your day has come. Wow, Muscles, I didn't know that you can sing. Or play a guitar. Mei says as she walks next to Izuku. Oh hey Mei, I didn't see you there. Izuku. Mei sits next to Izuku and pulls out her letter. Are you ready? Mei. Yeah, I am. Izuku. Mei then opens her letter and pulls out some papers and a little metal disc. Izuku had to stop Mei from taking the disc apart and press the on button. The projection then comes out and plays. Hello, I am Power Loader, the support course teacher here at UA. I am here to say that you Mei Hatsum have passed the exams. You have passed the written test, and during the invention test, where you were given a box of parts and were given an hour to make something, you were able to make a drone that met our standards. Congratulations, you are now a student of UA. You will be assigned to the support class 1H that I teach, and I hope you will have a good time. Bye. Izuku and Mei are happy that she has made it into UA. Wow, you made it. Great job, Mei. I knew you were smart enough to make it in. Izuku. Thanks, Muscles. I can't wait to make more babies. Mei says as she blushes at Izuku's compliment. Now it was Izuku's turn as he opened his letter. I am here as a projection. Hologram All Might says. Wait, Why is All Might doing these messages? Izuku and Mei speak at the same time. Izuku looks over his shoulder knowing that Yagi is laughing about now, and he is right. Yagi was laughing as he watched from the steps that lead to the beach. Izuku then looks back to the projection. You are probably wondering what I am doing here. Well, you are looking at UA's new heroics teacher. Izuku and Mei's eyes widened at the news. Huh. A hand comes off screen and gestures around while nothing, but All Might could be heard. Who is taking too long? Look, I just want to show him something first. Wait, I have to do how many of these? Alright, now listen, young Izuku Midoriya, you have passed the written test with a score of 100 out of 100. Good job. Now for the physical exam you scored about 86 villain points, which is more than enough to pass. Izuku and Mei smile at the news of Izuku passing as well. But wait, there's more. Izuku and Mei are now surprised to hear more. You see, your actions to save someone have inspired them. Here, take a look. All Might then shows a video of Uraraka walking into a classroom present Mike was in. Excuse me, do you know that green-haired guy? He was really strong, had 3 swords, took down the giant robot, and was really handsome. Uraraka whispered that last part while blushing. Izuku was able to hear it though and was blushing as well. Mei was glaring at the girl and didn't know why. You see, he could have gotten more points if he didn't save me, and I don't know how many points he got. If he didn't score high enough, can you please give him some of my points? He saved me and I have to make it up to him. Uraraka. Izuku is surprised to hear that she wanted to help him pass. You see, your actions are what inspires others. That is one of the points to being a hero. But wait, there's more. All Might then presses play. There is no need, little listener, that kid is charting well on his own. Mike says as he ruffles Uraraka hair. You see, young Midoriya, there was more to the exam than just villain points. What kind of heroes would we be if we ignore those who need help? Not very good ones. That is why we have rescue points. Izuku and Mei are shocked that there was more to the exam. A panel of judges watches and gives rescue points to those who help others. Izuku Midoriya, you earned 100 rescue points. Beating my score of 175 points, you have earned a total 186 points, earning first place. Izuku is now crying and is happy with how he beat All Might's score. Mei is also smiling and excited at how her friend was able to beat All Might in something physical. And Achiko Uraraka earned about 25 rescue points earlier, making her pass as well. Mei then is once again upset at this girl. Why does her being around muscles upset me? Mei thinks. Congratulations, young Midoriya, you are now part of Class 1A Hero course. Welcome, this is your Hero Academia. The projection is now turned off and Izuku and Mei hug each other in joy. Once they realize they are hugging, they blush and quickly let go of each other. They then read the papers they got about how to get their school uniforms and student ID passes. Izuku is happy to now become a student at UA and can't wait to learn how to be a hero. The day sure has come for him. Alder Middle School. Izuku and Bakugo are in their principal's office after school hours. Congratulations you two for making it to UA. You really done us proud, Bakugo, and you Midoriya have done the impossible. We are really proud and happy that you both made it. Both Izuku and Bakugo didn't really care for this faux celebration. Bakugo didn't really want to be here and Izuku knew that if he didn't pass the school wouldn't blink an eye. They were not rooting for him and were surprised when they heard he got accepted and joined in the celebration to make it seem like they had his back. After Izuku and Bakugo leave the office, Bakugo is about to leave and head home. Later, nerd. Izuku puts his hand on Bakugo's shoulder and make him look at him. Hey Kaken, can we talk really quick? Bakugo is annoyed but follows Izuku to somewhere that no one would hear them. What is it you want, Deku? Bakugo scowls. I need to tell you something that happened after the slime villain incident. Izuku says with his back towards his childhood friend. Izuku turns around with a serious look on his face. I found out I have a quirk. Bakugo's eyes widen at this news and grabs Izuku by his collar. So, this whole time you had a quirk? I bet you were laughing behind my back. I bet you were trying to make me look like an idiot, huh? Bakugo shoves Izuku into the wall. Izuku then grabs Bakugo's hands and makes him let go. Kaken, do you really think I would do that? It makes no sense. Izuku says, but Bakugo just gets angrier. No, I would bet my left leg that you were trying to look better than me. Izuku then grabs Bakugo by his collar and makes him look at him. Why would I do that? I would never say that. I am telling you the truth about me finding out I had a quirk after the incident. I respect you a lot to tell you the truth, damn it. Bakugo is surprised to hear Izuku swear and looks into his eyes. He can tell that Izuku is telling the truth. Alright then, tell me how this happened. Izuku then started to tell Bakugo how he found out about how he has a quirk called Stockpile. About how Stockpile takes time to build up energy, hence why it never appeared before, and how he had someone help train him to use it. Izuku then goes 5% full cowl to show Bakugo that he isn't bluffing. Alright then Deku, I guess you do have a quirk. But know this, it won't change anything, I will still beat you and become the next #1 hero fucker. Bakugo yells then leaves. Izuku just smiled, happy that Bakugo now won't question him if he sees him using his new quirk. Izuku then leaves to head home and prepares for some UA paperwork. The next day, Izuku and Yagi are at UA to pick up his school ID. Yagi came along because in order for Izuku to bring his swords around school and use them for hero class, they need to do some paperwork to turn into the principal. In order to bring weapons or support gear to school, students need to file some paperwork and ask the principal in person. They are right now waiting for this other student to finish his meeting with Nizu before they can ask if Izuku can bring his swords. The door opens and a weird blonde sparking guy with a weird belt walks out with a smile on his face. Next, the intercom says. Izuku and Yagi stand up and before they enter Yagi whispers to Izuku, "Just so you know, the principal is a good friend and knows about one for all." Izuku isn't that surprised and nods his head. "Hello there, am I a mouse, bear dog?" "Well, I am the principal. How can I help you today, All Might?" Nizu asks behind his desk. "Hello, sir, and please remember to call me Yagi in this form. I am here with young Midoriya to turn in the paperwork to bring his swords to hero classes and ask if he can bring them to the regular classes." Yagi says as he and Izuku sit down. "Oh, sorry about that, I forgot, Mr. Yagi. Anyway, sure, just hand them over so I can review them." Nizu. Yagi checks his pockets but can't find the papers. "Dang it, I'm sorry. I forgot them in the teacher's lounge, just give me a moment to grab them." Kagi then leaves the room with Izuku and Nizu by themselves. "Would you like some tea? I can brew up a new batch." Nizu. "I would love some, but here, let me make it, sir." Izuku stands up and starts making some tea. Once he is done, he hands Nizu a cup and they start to drink. Nizu takes his first sip but stops. His eyes go wide with how delicious the tea Izuku made was. Nizu smiles and continues to drink. Nizu then pulls out a chessboard. "I know for a fact it will take Mr. Yagi a while to grab the paperwork. Would you like to play a quick game?" Nizu smiles. "Oh, sure, that sounds like fun." Izuku then sits in front of Nizu and plays chess with him. About 12 minutes have passed and Yagi comes in tired holding the papers. "Sorry about that, it took me longer than I thought." "It is quite alright. Mr. Midoriya and I were just enjoying some tea and playing a round of chess." Nizu. Izuku meanwhile is staring hard at the chessboard and then smiles. Izuku moves his rook and looks at Nizu. Checkmate. Both Nizu and Yagi are surprised by this and Nizu smiles. "Well done, Mr. Midoriya, I didn't see that there. Now onto the paperwork." "Yes sir, here you are. This should allow young Midoriya to bring his swords to hero classes. Now about him being allowed to bring them to regular classes, I will allow it." Nizu interrupts Yagi and shocks him. "Just like that?" "Yagi." Nizu stamps the paperwork and starts to fill out the new paperwork to allow a student to bring weapons to class. "Just like that. I had a good time with Mr. Midoriya, and he made some really good tea. Think of this as a reward for beating me in chess. I just ask that you make me some more in the future." Izuku smiles and stands up. "Sure, I don't mind." "Thank you, sir." "Good, your weapon pass will be ready on the first day of school. Just come on by before homeroom starts." Nizu. Yagi and Izuku then leave as Nizu finishes the papers. As he files them away, he thinks about how smart Izuku must be to beat him in chess. I believe I might have found someone to take my special classes. All of the teachers felt a chill in their spines as they now dread the future. A few days later, Izuku is at home, getting ready for his first day at UA High School. He is tying his shoes as his mom asks him some questions. Do you have your notebooks and pencils? Inko. Yes, Mom. Izuku. What about your handkerchief, and did you make sure to not bring any action figures? Inko. Mom. I have everything I need, and I need to get going. Izuku says as he stands up. Izuku, wait. I just want to say you look so cool. Inko says as Izuku turns around. Izuku is wearing his UA uniform with his bandana tied to his left arm. Thankfully, UA rules about earrings are laxer than his old school, so Izuku can wear his earrings. Thanks, Mom, Izuku says as he smiles. He then opens the door and heads off. Izuku had just left Nizu's office with his new weapon pass. He also made Nizu some tea really quick as a thank you. Izuku is now wandering the halls looking for his class. Want? Come on, where is it? Izuku wasn't looking in front of him and runs into Midnight. Oh, what do we have here? It's the swordsman. Sorry about that. I was looking for class 1A. Izuku. Well, you are lucky to run into me. I can show you where it is, Midnight says, then smiles seductively. Izuku blushes and tries to look away. Thank you. Really quick, can you sign this? Izuku opens one of his hero notebooks and turns to Midnight's page. Midnight looks at this and is surprised at how well she was drawn. Wow, this is good. Where do you want me to sign? Midnight asks and Izuku smiles, then points to below her picture. After Midnight signs his notebook, she tries to put on her act and leads Izuku to his classroom. Here you are. Also, if you want me to pose for another drawing, just let me know. Midnight then winks at Izuku and leaves. Izuku shakes his head to remove his blush, then looks at the door that was made for the bigger students. This is it. This is where it will all begin. Izuku opens the door and sees the tall guy yell at Bakugo, "Can you please take your feet off the desk? It is disrespectful to the craftsmen who made it and the students who used it before us, to treat it in such a way." Yeah, today looks like it will be a good first day of class. Izuku closes the door behind him, and everyone heard this, turning their attention towards him. It's him, the one who took down the 0-pointer. The tall guy says as everyone starts to whisper to each other. Izuku is nervous and doesn't really know what to do. Him not interacting with people his own age for most of his life really hurt his social skills. Then the tall guy walks towards him. Hello, my name Tenya Ida and it is nice to meet you. Hello, nice to meet you, my name is Izuku Midoriya. I have to commend you for seeing more to the exam. I must say you must be a top-notch student to be able to understand that the judges were watching and might give out extra points for helping others out. Ida. What? No, I just wanted to save the girl trapped in the rubble before the 0-pointer hurt her. I didn't even know about the rescue points till after. Izuku says, confused. That just makes you a better hero candidate as you instinctively did the right thing. Ida bows to Izuku. Izuku's sweat drops at Ida's behavior and then the door opens again. Hey, it's you. Achiko yells as she opens the door. It's great to see you again, and man, that attack you did on the robot was amazing. Thanks for saving me, by the way. Achiko. Oh, it is great to see you again. Hope you're doing better. Izuku. All of a sudden Izuku felt a presence behind the door, so he opens it to see what is out there. He was never expecting to see a tired grown man in a bright yellow sleeping bag drinking a jelly pack. It seems that you have good spatial awareness. The tired man then gets out of the sleeping bag. He has long dark hair, is wearing a black long sleeve outfit and gray scarf. It took you all about 6 seconds to quiet down. Not bad, but could use some work. I am your homeroom teacher Shota Aizawa, and I will also be teaching heroics. The class is stunned by this news and we're all thinking the same thing. This tired guy is our teacher? Aizawa then rummages through his sleeping bag and pulls out some P uniforms. Put these on and meet me outside in the training field. He then walks away, and the students get up to grab a uniform. Izuku grabs one as well as he tries to remember where he has seen Aizawa before. A few minutes later, Izuku was the first one out and had brought his swords with him. When Aizawa raised an eyebrow at his swords, Izuku showed him his weapons pass. Aizawa nods and then gets his tablet out as the other students come out. Today we will be doing a quirk apprehension test. Aizawa. The students are once again confused at Aizawa and Achiko raises her hand. What about orientation? You all are here to train to be heroes. It is a waste of time to do something like that. It's not rational. You all have been doing these physical tests your whole life but have been told to not use your quirk. It is very irrational for the Ministry of Education to do this. Because of this, you kids don't know the limits of what your quirks can do, and we are gonna fix that today. Aizawa then takes out a softball and tosses it to Bakugo. Bakugo, you have earned 92 villain points in the exam, so you can be our demonstration. Stand in the circle and use your quirk to throw the ball as far as you can. The only thing is that you have to stay in the circle. Bakugo smiles evilly as he stands in the circle. I will add a little heat to this and make their jaws drop. Bakugo reels his arm back and yells, "Die!" as he uses his quirk to launch the ball. Die! Is what a lot of the students were thinking as he threw. After the ball hits the ground, Aizawa pulls up the tablet and shows everyone Bakugo's score of 2,303 feet. Everyone is shocked not only at Bakugo's score, but that they will get to use their quirks. We get to use our quirks? Red-haired guy. This will be so much fun. Pink-skinned girl. Fun you say? Aizawa says coldly. Izuku now feels like the pink girl had said the wrong thing. You are not here to have fun, you are to become heroes. In order for you kids to take this seriously, whoever gets in last place in all of these events will get expelled. Aizawa. Everyone is shocked by this except for Izuku, Bakugo, a tall girl, and a red and white hair kid. But that is not fair. Achiko protests. And do you think that villain attacks are? How about earthquakes, floods, or other natural disasters? It's a hero's job to combat that unfairness, and in order to prepare you all for that, you will face challenges that are not in your favor. That is why UA is the best hero school, because we go beyond plus ultra. Aizawa. The students then get serious as Izuku pulls out his bandana and ties it to his head. While I don't believe Mr. Aizawa is lying about expelling someone, I think he said this to make sure that no one holds back. Well, I won't either. Really quick, how come those two can have equipment? A guy with weird elbows says as he points to Izuku and a blonde guy. One has support equipment that helps him use his quirk while the other has a pass to bring his swords to both regular class and heroics class. Aizawa. Dude, you can use swords? That is super manly. The red-haired guy says, oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Jiro Kirishima and that bandana looks super cool. Hello and thank you, I'm Izuku Midoriya. Izuku. Enough chatting, let's head to the first event. Aizawa. First event. The first event was a 54-yard dash, and everyone went but Izuku and Bakugo. As they take to the start line, Bakugo whispers to Izuku, let's see how your quirk will do against me, though I will still win Deku. They get ready and Izuku goes full cowl 10%, which surprises everyone because they thought his quirk involved his swords. Start. The robot yells as Izuku and Bakugo take off. Bakugo uses his explosions to propel himself and got 4.5 seconds. Izuku, however, was faster, and when he crossed the finish line, he got 3.07 seconds. Wow, he was slightly faster than you, Ida. Achiko yells in joy. Well, I was only able to get to second gear in this test, but even so that was impressive. Ida says as he cups his chin. Bakugo looks at Izuku, who smirks at him. Looks like I win. Bakugo scowls and stomps away while huffing. Second event. It was a standing long jump and Bakugo clears it easily. After him was Yuga Aoyama, a kid who can shoot lasers out of his belly button, and he also clears it. Izuku uses full cowl to jumps, but because he cannot do a running start, he only clears the sandbox and half its length as well. Aizawa looks at Izuku with interest. He was able to launch himself when he fought the zero-pointer but hurt himself afterwards. That won't do. Third event. It was a grip strength test, and the student who scored highest was a kid named Mizo Shoji, who had a mutant quirk that gave him extra arms limbs. He was able to use all three of his arms on his left side to get a score of 1,190 pounds. Izuku was able to raise his full cowl to 12% for a few seconds before it would hurt him to get a score of 275 pounds. Izuku looked around and saw a purple-haired girl not really trying. He walks up to and speaks, "Why aren't you trying? Don't you want to not get expelled?" The girl is surprised and looks at him. She composes herself and gives him a straight-face look. "Look, my quirk isn't meant for this kind of thing." She then twirls one of her ear jacks around. Izuku arcs his thumb toward Shoji. "Why not try to do what he did and use your jacks? I saw that you are able to move your jacks like another limb, so along with your hands you can wrap your jacks around the grip to get a higher score." The girl's eyes widen at this and tries it out on her grip strength machine. She was able to squeeze just hard enough to barely get a score of 101 pounds. "Wow, that worked." "Oh, thanks for that. My name is Jairu Kyuka." She reaches her hand out. Izuku shakes her hand and smiles. "Glad that I was able to help out." "I'm Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you, Jairu." Jairu smiles and walks away waving behind her. Fourth event. Repeated sidesteps were the event that only Bakugo, Izuku, and a short purple ball-haired kid did well. Izuku did this test normally while Bakugo used his explosions to push him back and forth. The short kid took the ball off his head and bounced between them. Fifth event. It was the ball throw from earlier, only now everyone else goes. Bakugo didn't have to because he already went. Uraraka went up, used her quirk to remove the gravity from the ball and threw it. After a few minutes of nothing happening, Aizawa shows on his tablet that she got a score of infinity. What, she got infinity? Most of the students yelled as Uraraka rubbed the back of her head embarrassed. It was Izuku's turn as he stood in the circle ready to throw the ball. Izuku goes full cowling and reels his arm back. As he is just about to throw, he stops at the last second. Izuku looks at his arms, noticing that the electricity is gone, and turns around to see Aizawa's eyes glow red while his hair is standing up. Izuku was able to see the goggles that were hidden by Aizawa's scarf. "Wait, I know who you are. You can erase people's quirks by looking at them. You're the erasing hero. Erase your head." The students murmur as most of them don't know who he is, with only one student saying that he was an underground hero. "You are holding back, why?" Aizawa says plainly as he turns off his quirk. "Well, I can't go over my limit, otherwise I would hurt myself. My quirk is like a double-edged sword where if I am not strong enough and use too much energy, I will face some backlash and feel the recoil of my attacks." Izuku. "Okay, now it all makes sense. Still, I don't want you holding back anymore. While we will eventually teach you how to handle your power, I want you to go all out without hurting yourself. I don't want you to be only kinda strong, then when things get dire you go all out but leave yourself defenseless. Show me that you belong here and go beyond." Aizawa. Izuku nods his head and readies his swords. This confuses almost everyone, except those who saw him do this before, as they watch Izuku put one of his swords in his mouth. Izuku then tosses the ball in the air and turns on his quirk. The difference now is that he isn't going full cowl mode. Instead, the red veins appear on his arms and head neck. Meanwhile, All Might is hiding around the corner and watches in surprise. "Hey, hold on, is he for real?" As the ball comes down, Izuku gets in his stance and calls out, "3-sword style Onijairai." Izuku pours one for all into the parts of his body that are holding the swords and slashes the ball to send it flying. He creates a whirlwind when doing this, and after a few seconds Aizawa looks at his tablet to see a score of 2,405 feet. All Might watches with a smile. "I remember, young Midoriya, you once told me while training on the beach that in full cowl you have at best a limit of 10%, any higher and you will hurt yourself. But that is across your whole body. You said if you concentrate in certain points where you are strong enough, like your arms, you can achieve about 12 to 14% of one for all. Though you can only do that about 1 to 2 times before it you will start to feel the backlash. Also, since you hit the ball with 3 points of this concentrated power, you can triple the output. What the heck, young Midoriya, when did you get so cool?" Izuku puts his swords away and looks at Aizawa. "Sir, I'm still standing and not hurt at all. A little stinging here and there but no damage." Aizawa gives a creepy grin as he stares at Izuku. This kid. Everyone is surprised at how Izuku was able to get such a high score. They also were surprised at Izuku's three-sword style with how strong and skillful he was. Aizawa then gets everyone's attention and moved on to the rest of the events. The other events were the long-distance run, seated toe touch, sit-ups, and they were nothing special. No one really had a way to use their quirks to get better scores except for about 4 or 5 students. Izuku had done well in all of them, and it was now time to see the results. Alright, it's time to show you guys the result, and since it would take so much time to show each individual result, I will just show the overall total score. Aizawa says as he shows a hologram of the final results. As Izuku looks for his score, he takes off his bandana and finds that he had first place. Bakugo had come in third, just a little bit behind a Momo Yaoyorozu and ahead of a Shoto Todoroki. The one who got last place was the short purple kid named Minoru Mineta. Mineta is on his knees almost about to cry because he is about to be expelled. Just when he was about to beg Aizawa to let him stay, Aizawa stops him and smiles. By the way, that thing about expelling last place was a lie. It was a rational decision to help make sure you kids do your best. Almost everyone yells out at this news and wonder why he would do such a thing. The tall girl with black hair in a ponytail then looked at the group. You guys didn't know? It seemed obvious that he said he would expel last place to trick us into doing our best. Izuku then also speaks up, yeah, I knew that. Sorry, I thought it was a trick and that he wouldn't expel anyone. I didn't say anything so that I did not risk him changing his mind because I do believe he won't have a problem doing it. Izuku grins nervously and scratches the back of his head. Everyone knows how weird Izuku's range of emotions was to go from extremely serious to shy dork. Well, he is not wrong. Mineta, you were able to scrap by because of how creative you were able to use your quirk. If in the future, you do not continue to improve yourself or show that these few ideas are all you have, then you will be dropped to the regular classes. So, make sure you show that you belong here. Aizawa said as he stared at Mineta. Mineta was doing everything he could to not pee himself. When you all finish changing, there should be your schedule on your desk when you get back to class. As for me, I'm gonna take a nap. Aizawa then walks away with his sleeping bag. As everyone heads to the changing rooms, Aizawa is stopped by All Might. Do you have a second, Aizawa? Oh, so what does the symbol of peace want with me? Aizawa, I just came here to ask you 2 questions if you don't mind. All Might. Okay then shoot. Aizawa says with his arms crossed. Thank you. First off, why didn't you expel anyone? You expelled everyone last year, so why not now? All Might. Last year, not a single one was able to be creative with how they used their quirks. They also did not really excel in anything, even the ones with strength-enhancing quirks didn't do that well. They all passed because of how the exam panders to those with physical quirks, and it's not rational. Aizawa's eyes narrow. I see. My other question is a bit different. While I've had helped out some other heroes or sidekicks, I don't have any experience teaching others that much. If I am going to be teaching here, I do not want to let my students down. I was wondering if it would be okay if I ask for some help now and then? It would be very irrational to have our students fall behind because we were not able to help them. All Might smiles at the last part. Aizawa is surprised by this and narrows his eyes again. I am willing to help if you tell me what brought this on. All Might shifts uncomfortably and looks up into the sky. You see, I had an amazing master who helped be the man I am today. Recently though, I was trying to help someone, but I realized at how unprepared I was to help and teach them. All I could say was do what comes naturally and things like that. While I eventually was able to help them with their problem, I realized it took a little too long and I thought I can't teach like this. Not while knowing at how much my master was able to help teach me. So that is why I would like your help. All Might said with his smile lessened a little bit. Aizawa stares at All Might for a bit until he signs, all right, I will give you help when you need it. Though my first piece of advice is to buy a book on teaching to help make sure you have a better grasp on it. All Might gives a thumbs up and pulls out a book from his back pocket as Aizawa then walks away. I am already ahead of you on that. Still thank you, Aizawa. All Might then heads back to the teacher's lounge hoping he can help his successor with any problems he comes across. Aizawa then thinks about how All Might said he helped someone, and he has an idea on who it was. Meanwhile, is class 1 at Izuku is grabbing his schedule as school is about to end in 1 hour. As he thinks about how to pass the time, the pink skin girl grabs everyone's attention. Hey, guys, how about we get to know each other before school ends? I don't mind doing that, but should we do this? The kid with yellow hair with a lightning bolt in it. Well, if we are going to be together for the next few years, we will have to get to know one another at some point. The tall girl. Izuku cups his chin and says aloud, not only that we will have to work together for training exercises, so we can introduce ourselves and explain what our quirks are. To also help us get to know each other, we can also add what we like. The pink girl smiles and jumps with joy. Yeah. Come on guys, even though our teacher is a bit grumpy, I bet that even he would think this is a smart thing for us to do. Everyone looks at each other and some are excited to get to know each other while the rest begrudgingly agree to do so because there is nothing else to do or they think it would be smart to understand how everyone's quirks work. Even Bakugo agrees to do this mostly for the there is nothing better to do part. Izuku is happy that he can add some entries to his hero notebook once he gets home. Everyone then introduces themselves, what their quirks are, and some things they like in hobbies. Though there were a few who didn't say what they like or any hobbies they had like Bakugo did when it was his turn. Most also didn't explain what their weaknesses are in case they have to battle each other for training. Izuku was happy that he at least knew everyone's name and he didn't just have to think of descriptions to call them by. It is now the last person's turn, which happens to be Izuku. Izuku stands up and smiles. Hello, my name is Izuku Midoriya, and my quirk is Call Stockpile. It basically builds up energy over time and I can use that energy to strengthen myself and give me more speed. Because it takes time to build energy, I was kinda a late bloomer. But on the bright side, every time I use the energy, it isn't used up and it isn't wasted, so I don't have to worry about recharging. My hobbies are sword training, hero research, making drinking tea, listening to music, and playing on my guitar. I look forward to working with you guys. Everyone says hi and thank Izuku for introducing himself. There are 3 people who are interested in what Izuku had said. The first was Todoroki, who was interested in his quirk and sword training. Next was Jiru, who was very interested that Izuku liked music and could even play a guitar. The final one was Momo Yaoyorozu, who was also interested in his quirk and sword training, but she was also interested in being friends with him who, like her, also likes to drink and make tea. The bell then rings informing the students that school is over. As Izuku is about to leave, he looks at the door and sees that Ida, Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, and Jiru stand next to the exit. Ida then raises his hand robotically. Midoriya, if it is all right with you, we would like to walk to the station with you. Izuku is surprised but smiles. Sure, I don't mind. Let's head on out. As they walk to the station, they chat and try to get to know each other better and enjoy themselves. Uraraka is talking to Momo but keeps fumbling her name. Hey Yazuroiga. Sorry. I just keep mispronouncing your name. Momo raises his hands to calm Uraraka down. It's fine, this actually happens more often than you think. Jiru thinks for a second then snaps her fingers. Hey, if it's all right with you, can we give you a nickname? I also have to take a moment to make sure I say your name right. Momo smiles and nods her head. Sure, that would be lovely. I wasn't really close to anyone at my old school to have nicknames, so today feels like a new start for friendship. Everyone smiles and they all decide to call her Yamamo to help make things easier. Izuku smiles at how he now has new friends at school, but as they reach the arch entranceway, he feels like he's forgetting something. Just then a pink missile collides into him. Hey Muscles, great to catch up with you. Yes, May, how could he forget that she also got accepted? As Izuku gets up, everyone looks on with confusion. Sorry, let me introduce you guys. This is May Hatsum, she is a support corps student and my best friend. May, these are some new friends I made that are in the same class as me. Everyone greets each other, but the girls feel weird at how close they must be for Midoriya to call Hatsum by her first name. As everyone says hello, Izuku leans over to Momo to warn her. Listen, May really likes to make inventions, so don't let her know that you can create just about anything. She will go crazy and won't stop bugging you. Momo nods and thanks Midoriya for his warning. They all try to get used to Hatsum as she gives them nicknames because she won't be able to remember their names. Izuku smiles at his best friend's antics while his new friends get used to her. Izuku can't wait to see what tomorrow will bring here at UA. Next day in Class 1A. Most of the hero students thought that UA would be massively different from middle school, but they were wrong. UA still had regular classes like math, science, English, art, and history that you would find in a regular high school. UA just also had more extensive gym classes for PE and had hero classes to train students to be heroes. So, after all of the regular classes were finished, it was time for either PE, heroics, or both, and all the students were excited for that. After Present Mike finished the first day of English, Aizawa then came in to teach. Alright, today will be a bit tame to what you will face soon, but it needs to be done. Aizawa stands behind the podium, pulls out a remote and presses a button on it. A part of the wall opens up and 19 suitcases come out. Today for gym class you guys will exercise while wearing the hero costumes from the clothing bill you guys submitted before school started. The classroom starts to cheer and yell until Aizawa gives them a death glare. The clothing bill is a form hero students submit before they start hero school. Students fill out the form with their updated quirk registry and the design of the hero costume they want to wear. Once submitted, the hero school sends this information to support companies they have contracts with, and the company makes the costumes. Izuku holds his backpack with his hero costume in it and smiles. Because Recovery Girl updated his quirk registry and May wanted to be the one who makes his costume support equipment, he didn't have to submit the clothing bill. Mom raises her hand and when Aizawa nods to her she stands. If you don't mind, Mr. Aizawa, why are we doing PE in our hero costumes? The reason why we are doing gym class in your hero costumes is to make sure they fit fine and are appropriate. Some of you have also asked for support items for your quirks and we need to test them before you use them on other people. This will also let us know if we need to make changes to your costumes or change the equipment. Now get dressed and meet me in the indoor gym. Aizawa then walks away as the students get their costumes. A few minutes later, the class was walking into the gym wearing their hero costumes while Aizawa was standing in the middle of the room. Alright, some of you don't look half bad though, some could use some work. Aizawa then looks around noticing that he is missing someone. Hey, where is Midoriya? The class looked around to see him but couldn't find him until they heard a yell. I'm here. I had to make sure my swords were tied on properly. They all turn and look at Izuku running in. Izuku is wearing the clothes he bought with his mom and were now upgraded by May. He was wearing his red shoes, the dark green cargo pants, the black undershirt, and the dark green short sleeve hoodie, though they were now armor padded thanks to May. The hood was removable, so it doesn't get caught by villains or something else. The hood had two strips of cloth that looked like All Might's V-shaped bangs, but they also looked like two bird feathers to honor Uncle Iroh and Iroha's love of birds. He was also wearing the white gloves, though they were now knuckle-padded and were made fingerless to hold his swords better. He had the black knee and elbow pads on and a red utility belt that was upgraded to have his swords tied to it. Finally, he wore a short white scarf around his neck that he got, and May made some filters built in it. That way, when he didn't have a sword in his mouth, he could put on the scarf to help him breathe in smoke or poison gas. May also added a sharp teeth grin to the front of the scarf around his mouth because she said it would make him look cooler and more badass. Wow, Midoriya, you look so cool. Uraraka walks up to Izuku. Izuku blushes at what Uraraka costume was. I should have been more specific, they made my costume skin tight. It's not really my style. Izuku tries to look away but sees the other girls and blushes harder. The girls either blush, Momo and Jairu, smile, Mina and Toru, or have no visible reaction, Tsu, from Izuku blushing from them. Aizawa signs and stomps his foot to get everyone's attention. Okay, since everyone is here, we can get started. First, we will do some stretches and then exercises in your hero costumes. While doing this, feel free to ask each other questions about their costumes. That way you can either point out design flaws or help give the other person ideas on how to improve them. Now get started. As everyone started to do the stretches, many of the students paired up to talk about their costumes and Izuku teamed up with Momo, Ida, Uraraka, and Jairu. While they stretch and limber up, Momo then turns to Izuku. I must say your costume not only looks practical but is also kinda stylish. Izuku looks at Momo while blushing. Thank you, your costume looks nice, but why does your costume expose so much and have that bookshelf on your back? It was Momo's turn to blush. Well, as I said earlier, I can create any non-living item from my body as long as I have enough fat cells and know the chemical makeup of that item. In order for the item to come out, I need skin exposure, and it helps not rip my clothes. The shelf I have holds my books that have chemical formulas and the genetic makeup of useful items. That way I can look up that information if I need it. Izuku nods as he remembers yesterday. Okay, but why not use quirk clothes or Velcro to cover yourself? That way you are protected and not exposed to the elements. You can also have an ARM tablet with that info downloaded. Momo stops in place and stares at Izuku as he continues, quirk clothes or Velcro and ARM tablet. What do you mean? Izuku also stops and looks at Momo. Well, you can have Velcro squares covering the parts of your body that the items you create come out of. That way you have protection, and the Velcro just moves back into place. The ARM tablet can replace your shelf, that way if you fall on your back you won't risk injuring it and snap you back in half. Momo's eyes widen at these ideas Izuku is giving her. Izuku then talks about quirk clothes, though I think you might have to test to see if the items you create can come out of quirk clothes, they might work too. Izuku then points to Toru. Quirk clothes are clothes that have a person's skin or hair sample implanted into it. When that person uses their quirk while wearing those clothes, it becomes like a second skin and acts like that person's quirk. So, if you have a quirk that makes your skin shine bright, your quirk cloths will also shine. Or if invisible like Toru, you can still have clothes to protect you while still being fully invisible. Wait, they have clothes that can do that? Everyone stops and slowly looks at who had said that, hoping it wasn't who they thought it was. Sadly, it was indeed Toru who was standing there with only her gloves and shoes visible, and they think she was looking at Midoriya. Izuku blushing goes atomic as his head creaks towards Toru. Please tell me that you are not naked. Toru gestures a thumbs down at Izuku. Nope. Izuku then turns towards his teacher, Mr. Aizawa. Sir. Aizawa signs and pulls out his tablet. Well, this is why we do these things before actual combat training. Okay, Yaoyorozu, you will make a redesign for your costume with Midoriya's ideas in mind and submit it to the support course. In the meantime, since it will take a day or two for your new costume to be made, you can still wear your current costume until you get your new one. Now Toru, you will do the same, but because you can't walk around unprotected and naked, you will have to wear the PE uniform until your new costume is made. Understood? Yes, sir. Momo and Toru said. Thankfully, everyone else's costume was fine for the most part, and the rest of class went on uneventfully. Both Momo and Toru praised and thanked Izuku for his ideas while he was just happy to help. The next day, everyone is excited because today will be the real first heroics class. As they wait for their teacher to come in, the students are asking each other who they think will teach today. Then the door opens and the students look to see who it is. I am. Coming through the door in a heroic way. All Might slides in while doing a pose. Whoa, we will have All Might teaching us. That is so manly. Kirishima. He is so cool, I'm getting goosebumps. He is wearing his Silver Age costume. Siu. It is so retro. Kaminari. All Might then walks up to the podium. Hello class, I will be teaching heroics at UA and today's class will pull no punches. All Might then shows a card that says, Battle Training on it. Both Bakugo and Izuku smile at this, ready to get into action. Get into your costumes and meet me at Combat Ground Beta. All Might then walks away as everyone grabs their suitcases. A few minutes later, All Might is standing in front of the tunnel that connects to the changing room and the combat grounds. Everyone walks out in their costumes, except Toru, who is in her PE clothes, and meets with All Might. Looking good, you newbies. This is the first time I am seeing you in your costumes, and I have to say that you look great. They say the clothes make the person, so make no doubt from now on you are heroes. Ida, in his suit of armor, raises his hand. Sir, since we are back in the combat grounds, are we fighting robots again? Nope. Today we are moving 2 steps ahead. Most villain attacks you see on the news are outside because of how easy it is for reporters to take pictures of these, but smart villains lurk in the shadows. You know, backroom deals, drag rings, smuggling, and many more. So, for today we will be having indoor battles to help prepare you for what you will mostly encounter. All Might smile. Now it was Tsuyu who raised her hand. Isn't this way too advanced to start us off with? Yes and no. By throwing you students into the deep end, this training exercise will help you understand the basics fast. However, keep in mind that there will be some rules put in place so no one gets hurt even though real-life situations will not be as forgiving. UA will eventually make even these situations way more difficult than what you might encounter once you go pro. We like to go all out here, so do your best to keep up and go plus ultra. Most of the class also cheer out a plus ultra as well. All Might pulls out a script that has Izuku's sweat drop at him. Really? A script All Might? All Might then clears his throat. The situation is this. A group of villains have a bomb and are hiding in one of these buildings, while the heroes have to try and find them. The heroes win by either capturing the villains or making contact with the bomb. Because this is to help teach you newbies how to fight indoors, you don't have to defuse the bomb, just make contact with it. The villains win by capturing the heroes or by making sure the heroes don't come in contact with the bomb for 15 minutes. Wow, this really sounds like a movie or video game setup, Zero. This whole thing feels like a video game just like the entrance exam. Sato. You students will be placed in teams of 2 and will compete against another team. One team will be the heroes and the other will be the villains. The teams will be determined by drawing random lots. You will pair with whoever has the same number as you, so get drawing. All Might then raises a box with the random lots. Ida then goes robotic again with his arm raising. Sir, is this really the best way to determine teams? Izuku then taps Ida on his shoulder. It makes sense. Pros will often have to randomly work with another unknown hero when spontaneous attacks happen. You may never know who you might work with, know what their quirk is, or if they will mesh well with you and your quirk. Training like this is a good way to help prepare for the future. Ida cups his chin. I see life is a random series of events. I apologize, sir. Ha, no problem, now let's draw. Everyone draws a lot and starts to pair up with their matching number. Izuku and Uraraka both got the same number 7. Wow. How lucky are we to pair up? Uraraka is smiling while Izuku grins sheepishly and scratches the back of his head. All right then, now it is time to see which teams will start us off. So, Team 7 will be the heroes while Team 3 will be the villains. Both Izuku and Bakugo smile in surprise because they will face off against each other. Now the villains will be led to the bomb while the heroes will wait outside of the building. The rest of the class will join me in an observation room to watch and learn from these training exercises. After everyone went to their locations, both teams were given some capture tape and communicators and started to strategize. Bakugo and Ida were in the bomb room. Alright, so this is how things will go down. You stay here and guard the bomb while I leave to find and kill the heroes. Bakugo. What? Is that really what you propose we do? Shouldn't we both guard the bomb? Ida. Look for eyes. Even though we have the advantage, it is also easy for us to lose. All they need to do is just touch the bomb and they win, so I am gonna delay or capture them before they even set eyes on the bomb. Bakugo. I guess that makes sense, but why not work together? It will be easier to capture them if we both fight. Ida. If we both stay here, it will also be easier for them to work together to capture us or get to the bomb, you dumbass. If we both leave to face them, then we leave the bomb unguarded, and they can hide so we can't find them, then they can still look around to find the bomb unnoticed. Since I am a better fighter, I can at least hold one or both of them off till time runs out. Also, since you are faster, if they find you and the bomb, you can run off with it to keep it away from them. This is the best plan, and you know it, idiot. Bakugo. Ida is appalled at Bakugo's vocabulary but thinks about what he says. You are right. While we do have the advantage, it is really easy for them to win. If they had to defuse the bomb, then we could always find a way to stop or delay them. Your plan makes sense to make the best use of our abilities. Okay, I will follow your plan. Meanwhile, with the hero team. Okay, Uraraka, I think that we both go in together and stay together to look for the bomb. Izuku. But wouldn't it be easier if we split up to cover more ground? Uraraka tilts her head in confusion. Maybe, but I know that Kaken will not sit still. He will want to fight, and it will be easy for him to ambush us. But if he does, then we can help each other. Once we find Kaken, then you can split off to find Ida because Kaken wants to take me down and will only focus on me. Ida will most likely stay with the bomb, so if you find him you find the bomb. When you find Ida, you can use the communicator to let me know where he is so we can team up to get to the bomb. Izuku. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Alright, since your plan sounds like the better option, I say we do it. By the way, I was wondering why Bakugo calls you Deku all of the time. Uraraka. Oh, well that's because it's his nickname for me. We have known each other for a long time and that's why I also call him by a nickname, Kaken. But his nickname was also an insult to call me useless as I thought I was quirkless for a while and he thinks he is better than me. Izuku. Well, I like it. It reminds me of Dekairu, like you can do it. Hey, is it okay for me to call you Deku as well? Uraraka. Sure, I don't mind. Now let's get ready. Izuku then pulls out his bandana and ties it to his head. Izuku also decides to see how long he can fight. Without using one for all. He wanted to see how much better Bakugo got and wanted to challenge himself. Start! All Might yells through the intercoms. Izuku and Uraraka enter the building and slowly check the rooms as they make their way up. As they reach the 3rd floor, Izuku checks around a corner and quickly sees Bakugo. Izuku then grabs Uraraka and leapt out of the way of Bakugo's explosion. Bakugo pulls his hand away from the wall and looks at the hero team. Seems like you are still good at dodging, nerd, but how much better did you get at fighting? Better than you. Uraraka, remember the plan and go. Izuku. Okay. Thanks for the dodge, by the way. Uraraka then gets up and runs off, leaving the two alone to fight. Now since we are here at UA, I can finally kick your butt without getting into trouble. Bakugo. As if you can. Izuku readies all 3 of his swords and gets into a defensive stance. Bakugo snarls angrily and goes for a right hook, but Izuku catches it and shoulder throws Bakugo to the ground. Bakugo coughs and quickly gets back up and uses an explosion to propel himself towards Izuku. Bakugo readies a left jab this time and once again Izuku dodges. Izuku tries to counterattack by slashing at Bakugo's legs with one of his swords, but Bakugo jumps and kicks Izuku. Using his swords, Izuku was able to block the kick and push Bakugo back. All Might and the rest of Class 1A were watching the whole fight in an observation room. Come on, Bakugo, a sneak attack isn't manly. Kirishima. It is a smart strategy for a villain or hero to use. Remember, class, that in a real fight these kinds of attacks should be used when possible. All Might. But look at Midoriya. He is really good at dodging and used that cool shoulder throw. Mina. Hey, it looks like they are going to clash again. Sato. Izuku and Bakugo have been fighting and have moved to an end of a hallway with a window. Bakugo and Izuku have only done a few scratches on each other so far and are no worse for wear. They start to fight again, and it goes back to them trying to hurt the other, but the other dodges the attacks. Meanwhile, Uraraka has found the room with Ida and the bomb on the 4th floor. Deku, I found Ida and the bomb in a room at the end of the west hallway on the 4th floor. Great, stay put and I will try to make it up there. Izuku. Ida, on the other hand, starts to speak aloud. If I am going to play the part of the villain, I might as well act like one to get into the mindscape of a villain, moi. Uraraka laughs at this while trying to cover her mouth. He is so serious. Ida turns and hears the laughter. Well, hello there, I've been expecting you, hero. Uraraka stops laughing as her eyes go wide. Deku, I've been found out by Ida. Just try to hold him off. If you can catch him off guard you can get to the bomb, and we win WH. Izuku dodges another explosion from Bakugo. Ida spreads his arms open. Welcome, Uraraka. Because of the quirk assessment test, I have taken the liberty to remove every object from the room. Now there is nothing you can use your quirk on. Uraraka gulps as she gets ready to fight. She knows she can't win a head-on battle with Ida, so she decides to take her teammates' advice. She charges in, getting ready to touch Ida with her hands as he gets ready to dodge. Once she is about 3 feet away from Ida, she instead brings her fingers together to remove her gravity. What? You can make yourself weightless. Ida tries to tackle her, but she instead goes over him towards the bomb. Yes, we're gonna win. Ida quickly turns away and runs to the bomb, grabs it, and moves it away from Uraraka in a few seconds. Nice try, hero, but I'm too fast for you. Uraraka stops herself from crashing into the wall and faces Ida again. Man, I hope Deku is doing better than me. Meanwhile, Izuku had to be careful when talking to Uraraka, otherwise Bakugo would hear their plans. Bakugo stands up straight and smiles. Hey nerd, I got something for you. Bakugo launches himself into the air ready to attack Izuku. Izuku gets ready to attack, but Bakugo uses an explosion to blind Izuku and create a smoke screen. Damn it, why is it always the goddamn eyes? Izuku yells, eyes closed. Bakugo used the smoke screen explosion to flip over Izuku and lets off a big explosion to his back. Damn it, just because I train not to use my eyes in a fight doesn't mean it still doesn't FING hurt if they take an explosion point blank. Izuku thinks while on the ground. He doesn't look like it, but Bakugo must be very smart. Shoto. What do you mean? Zero. Bakugo used the smoke screen to quickly get the upper hand to attack Midoriya. In order to do that, he needs to calculate when to time his smoke screen and know how much power to use to flip over Midoriya. All of that requires great knowledge about physics and his quirk. Momo. Oh man, Bakugo is too strong. Kaminari. After the explosion to Izuku's back, Bakugo grabs Izuku by his arm. He then uses small explosions to propel himself to toss Izuku with great force. Here is that shoulder throw you like to use so much. Izuku smacks against the ground and gasps in pain. As Izuku slowly gets up, Bakugo's gauntlet clicks and goes red for a second. Awesome, I'm full. Because you are such a nerd, you know how my quirk works. My sweat can create explosions that I choose when to set off with my sweat, but I have a limit to how big an explosion I can make. Well, I made my costume design to have these gauntlets to hold my sweat so that way I can release bigger explosions. Also, since class yesterday, I know that the support company added them, and they work. Bakugo then gets ready to pull the pin on his gauntlet. Wait. Stand down, young Bakugo. An explosion that big could kill him. All Might yells through the intercom. He will be fine if he dodges. Bakugo yells as he pulls the pin. Izuku quickly gets his swords ready and starts to spin. All right, no more holding back. Izuku. But what was that? Ida. What happened? Uraraka. The hall is engulfed in flames and the hallway suffers heavy damage. The hallway is now slightly destroyed, filled with smoke, covered in soot, and the window broken. All Might gets on the intercom again. Young Bakugo, if you let off another explosion that big, you will be disqualified. What? Bakugo. To let off a big explosion and damage the building you are supposed to be protecting is a foolish move. You could have set off the bomb or hurt your teammate. Even if you are on the villain team, to do such a thing is a dumb move and would usually cause you to lose, so do that again and I'll disqualify you. All Might. Teach fine then. Now where is Deku? Bakugo. As the smoke clears, everyone can see a hole cut through the ground where Izuku was. Huh? Did he go below to dodge? Bakugo. Then everyone hears something echo from the floor below. Full cowl, dragon twister. Izuku cuts another hole below Bakugo and causes him to fall down to the second floor. Izuku then jumps up back on the third floor and touches his earpiece. Uraraka, you said west end hallway 4th floor, right? Oh yeah. Uraraka. Izuku then smiles as he stands at the end of the hallway. Okay, get ready, Uraraka. Izuku turns on full cowl again and readies his swords. One more time, full cowl. Dragon twister. The roof above him, the floor of the bomb room, has a hole cut through and Izuku jumps through it. Ida and Uraraka are surprised at this and Bakugo jumps back onto the 3rd floor. 4 eyes stop him. Ida tries to kick Izuku, but he just grabs his foot. Izuku readies his right sword and looks Ida in the eye. Oh no, Ida. Uraraka, the bomb. Izuku yells to Achiko as he turns down full cowl to 5%. No, stop. Ida yells and Uraraka runs towards the bomb. Bakugo explodes through the hole and lands behind Ida. Not today, Deku. Izuku smiles and chuckles. Full cowling, Onigiri smash. Izuku's right sword slashes Ida and launches him into Bakugo and flings them both right in the wall. As they both slump down unconscious, Uraraka jumps and grabs hold of the bomb. We did it. Everyone is stunned silent at this major turnover. All Might's smile gets bigger and raises his hands. The hero team wins. The hero team wins. All Might shouts out as everyone is surprised at how Midoriya was able to win with some even cheering for his team. Two robots then take Bakugo and Ida to the nurse's office to be checked out as Izuku and Achiko head back to the rest of the class. Alright, while young Ida and Bakugo are being checked by Recovery Girl, who here can tell me who they think is the MVP of this round is? Momo raises her hand and clears her throat. Sir, I believe that Ida is the MVP while Midoriya comes in at a close second. Wait, shouldn't the hero team have one of them be MVP? Kirishima. Well, I believe it is because Ida the only one who fully embraced his role. While Bakugo did act like a villain, he only focused on Midoriya because of his rivalry with him and he unleashed an attack that no real villain would do. He took advantage that this was just a training exercise to try to win but still lost. Uraraka meanwhile let her guard down, which allowed Ida to find her and almost capture her. She should have taken this more seriously. Against a real villain she would have steeled herself better. Midoriya however had a plan that was adaptable and was able to pull out the win for his team. His only fault was he did not use his quirk until the end of the match. If the bomb was real, he would have gone all out at the start. Ida did go all out, and even though he lost he still was prepared for the heroes. Everyone except Izuku is surprised at how Momo was able to fully analyze the training exercise. Achiko slumps down, kinda embarrassed at how she laughed at Ida, almost causing her to get caught. Izuku however nods his head. I completely agree with your statement, Yaoyorozu. While I should have used my quirk, I wanted to challenge myself and see how far I could go without relying on it. I wanted to take this chance to make sure that if I can't use my quirk, I can still find a way to fight back. While I did not succeed, I now know how to better myself. You are 100% right, Yaoyorozu, and made an excellent deduction. No wonder you got in by recommendations. Izuku smiles while Momo blushes at his praise. She is surprised at how dedicated he was to try and win without a quirk and smiles at Izuku. Everyone else is also shocked at how dedicated Midoriya is at training, and Kirishima is crying thinking of how manly Midoriya is. All Might meanwhile is still surprised at Momo's analysis. Wow, she said everything I was gonna say and even added more. All Might then coughs into his hand to get everyone's attention. While Ida could have relaxed more, but you are 100% correct, young Yaoyorozu. Now let the next team get to their positions and get ready. After the next match, Bakugo and Ida came back after being treated and were told their results. Bakugo scoffed but knew what he did wasn't smart, while Ida was really happy about being MVP. The rest of the matches go by ending with Todoroki freezing the building and winning the round. Everyone was surprised with how easy he won, while Izuku and Bakugo started to strategize how to beat him. After everyone got their reviews, they all stood back at the city entrance. Well done everyone. I saw some amazing work out there, but I hope you all learn from what you saw and start to improve yourselves. UA will only get tougher and won't wait for you kids to catch up. Now let me show you how a hero makes an exit, like he has somewhere to be. All Might then runs away, leaving a smoke cloud where he was. Wow, he is so cool. That is a real hero right there. Man, I will never be that fast. Meanwhile, once out of the tunnel, All Might deflates back into his skinny form, breathing heavily. Dang it, I barely have enough time to teach a class. Ugh, why is teaching so hard? As Class 1A is getting ready to leave, Bakugo walks up to Izuku. Just so you know, Deku, you may have won the battle, but I will win the war. I will beat you and I will be the best. Bakugo then walks away and starts planning a new training regimen. Izuku shakes his head as he puts on his backpack. Today was tough but a good starting point. Izuku thinks as he walks home with his friends, ready for tomorrow. The next day, Izuku is heading towards UA, but as he reaches the gate, he sees a group of reporters talking to any student who tries to enter school. He sees Kirishima talking to the reporters about what All Might is like as a teacher before entering the gate. So that's why they are here. Makes sense given how popular All Might is. Well, I need to get inside, so better get this over with. Izuku walks to the gate and some reporters see him and head towards his with mics and pencils in hand. Hey, you're a hero core student. What is it like to have the #1 hero All Might as a teacher? How is he as a teacher? Can you tell us about your opinion on this? Izuku is surprised at how many questions they are asking but tries to answer as best as he can. Well, it is pretty awe-inspiring to have All Might teach us, and I hope he can help me become a great hero. As a teacher he is kinda good because he did help and teach other heroes before, but he still has to get used to teaching a class instead of one-to-one. Finally, I think it great that the symbol of peace is helping train the next generation of heroes to help keep the peace. Now if you excuse me, I have to get to class. The reporters are pretty happy with Izuku's answer and move on to the next student. Izuku enters the gate, and he sees Aizawa give him a nod as he walks towards the reporters to try and stop them from bothering students. Izuku nods back, but as he is about to enter the building, he feels something evil staring at him. He looks back and sees a man with light blue's hair in the group before he loses sight of him. Something tells me to watch out for that guy in the future. Everyone is sitting in their seats waiting for class to start, and Izuku is sitting next to his friends. What do you think we are going to do today? Uraraka. We might have some more hero lessons or something more school-related. Either way, I look forward to today. Yaoyorozu. Ida then bursts through waving his hands like a robot. Everyone get to your seats, class is about to start. Dude, you're the only one standing. Gyro. Ida hangs his head in shame as he sits down. Dang it, how could I not notice that? Aizawa then walks in tired as usual. Alright then, seems like everyone is here, so really quick let me give a quick review about battle class the other day. Everyone had done well, but there is still a lot of room for improvement, so make sure you kids don't slack off. I will later give you each a report on what you did right and wrong. Now we have something very important to do today that will decide your kids' future. Please don't be a test or pop quiz. Mina, Siro, Kaminari, and Kirishima all think. You kids need to pick a class president, Aizawa said, and the class erupted in noise. Pick me. I want to do it. Yeah, I'm the best choice, so you guys should pick me. Almost everyone in Class 1A was saying that they should be class president. Izuku also raised his hand with a nervous smile. In a normal school, being class president would just mean more work. But in a hero school, it is a great way to become a leader and show off to pros. To lead a class would take good leadership skill and would be a great head start to help one lead their own hero agency in the future. Makes sense why everyone wants to be the class president. Quiet down, Aizawa said with an evil glare that made everyone go silent. Now you need to pick a president and vice president before the next PRD. I don't care how you choose, but be quiet about it while I take a nap. Aizawa then pulls out his sleeping bag and takes a nap. As everyone's sweat drops at their teacher's antics, they quietly discuss who should be picked. Ida stands with one arm raised and the other chopping, all while shaking. We should be diplomatic about who we choose, so I say we put it to a vote. Tsuyu looks at Ida with her arm raised. First, we can clearly tell how badly you want to be president with how bad you are shaking. Second, how can we decide? We all only met a few days ago, so we don't know each other that well to decide something like this. That just means that whoever gets the most votes has earned enough trust in that short amount of time. Ida says, then looks towards Aizawa. Sir, would that be all right? Aizawa doesn't even move as he responds, I don't care how, just make it quick. Ida hands out pieces of paper for the class to write who they vote for. Whoever gets the most votes will be president, while the second most will be vice president. Izuku thinks that him being class president is a long shoot, but writes down his name hoping he will be chosen. He wants to be the next #1 hero and hopes that by being class president will help him towards that goal. After everyone votes, Ida counts the slips of paper and writes on the board who got how many votes. As he counts, his body shows him becoming more and more depressed. We have our class president and vice president chosen. Midoriya will be president with 5 votes and Yaoyorozu will be vice president with 2 votes. Ida says sadly as he didn't get a single vote. You voted for someone else too? Uraraka puts her hand on Ida's shoulder to comfort him as she sees that he didn't vote for himself. Izuku is surprised he got that many votes as he stands next to Momo in front of the class. Hey, who voted for the stupid nerd? Bakugu yells. You didn't think we would pick you with how you have acted so far, right? Kaminari smirks as Bakugu gets angrier. Uraraka, Toru, and Jairu whistle nervously, deciding not to say they voted for Midoriya. Momo meanwhile is happy that she will get to work with Izuku. Alright, it is decided, Midoriya and Yaoyorozu will be leading you guys. Now let's start with first PRD. Aizawa says as he gets out of his sleeping bag. As Izuku and Momo walk back to their desks, Izuku thinks about who have voted for him and why. Lunch party. Izuku sits with his new friends at one of the lunch tables with their food. I'm still surprised that I won, and I wonder who voted for me? Ida sits down across from him and speaks first. I was one of them. Me too. Uraraka says happily. I did as well. Gyro. I voted for you too. Toru said loudly as she and Mina sat at their table. You guys did? You too, Hagakure? Izuku surprised by this new information. Well, you have proven to be very smart and helpful so far, and a week hasn't even passed yet. Uraraka. You helped me out during the quirk assessment test, so it is obvious that you are the best choice. Gyro. You have proven multiple times you are an excellent student and worthy hero material. Ida. I voted for you because you helped me out with my hero costume. Thanks to you I don't have to walk around naked, and I can actually have protection for hero work. It is the least I could do. Toru gestures and Mina gives a thumbs up. Even though I didn't vote for you, I did have you as my second choice. You have proven to be a real gentleman with how you acted towards us girls. Mina says while smiling, while some of the girls were blushing, remembering how Izuku helped them or treated them. Well, it was the right thing to do. I was taught to be a gentleman towards women, so it was just the natural thing to do it. Izuku blushes while saying this. Still, it means a lot to us that you would help us out even before we became friends. You are the perfect choice. Momo says after eating a few bites of food. She is right, you are like my brother, helping out those who you don't know because it is the heroic thing to do. Ida. Your brother? This is the first time you have talked about him, Ida. Who is he? Uraraka. Ida becomes nervous and he speaks. I didn't mean to talk about him, but if you must know, he is the hero Ingenium. Whoa, he is your brother. That's so cool. He has so many sidekicks, runs the Ingenium agency, and is liked by a lot of people. Izuku is fanboying a little at this news. That's right, and I hope to someday be like him. Ida says with his chest out and a smile on his face. Then the school alarm rings out and students start rushing out to leave. What's going on? Uraraka. A third-year student stops and looks at them. That's the intruder alarm. It rings out if someone snuck onto campus. We got to head to our class's safe zones. He then runs off. The group then get up and head for the exit but are blocked by the other students trying to leave as well. Everyone is then squished against each other and other students like a giant mosh pit. Izuku is then pushed towards the windows, and he gets a good look outside. He sees Aizawa and Present Mike talking to reporters, trying to get them to leave. Look, All Might isn't even here, and you are all trespassing. Please leave before the police make you. Present Mike says while making sure no reporters get past him. Aizawa sighs and whispers to Mike, this is why I hate the media. How does All Might deal with this? Mike shrugs and whispers back, look, they are trespassing, can't we just arrest them ourselves or scare them away? Aizawa shakes his head, not if you want them to make up stories about you or write half-truths. If you start fighting reporters, they will drag your name through the mud. Just wait for the police and make sure they don't get inside and disturb our students. Mike exhales knowing that Aizawa is right and hopes the police get here quick. Izuku sees this and things start to make sense. The intruders are the reporters. They are probably here for an interview with All Might now that he is a teacher. Still, I need to let everyone know about this, but how? Izuku then looks at his friends and sees Mina get pushed to the ground. Izuku starts seeing red at this and decides he has had enough. He grabs Ida and turns him around to look at him. I need your help, can you lift me up? Ida is confused but nods his head and helps Izuku stand on his shoulders. Once up in the air, Izuku gets ready to get everyone's attention. Izuku takes a big breath and yells out, stop that, enough. Everyone stops and looks towards Izuku. Izuku takes another deep breath and speaks out. There are no intruders, it's just the media. They somehow got in and set off the alarms. The students start to breathe easier, but Izuku doesn't stop there. Everyone please calmly head towards the safe zones, but as you do that, apologize to the people you knocked down. Izuku points to the students who were on the ground, and some were trampled on. The students' eyes widen as they didn't even know what some of them did and even hurt others trying to leave. Izuku then glares at everyone. We are hero students, not panicking children. It will be our job to stay cool under pressure and help out those in distress. If you panic on the job, it may cost people's lives. Those who are not in the hero course are no better. Just because you are in a different course doesn't mean you should act like this. Even everyday people can be heroes by helping others in their own ways, so don't think that hurting others is okay just to make sure you are safe. Everyone here can be a hero in their own way. That is why we are here at UA. Just remember that and go beyond plus ultra style. The students are wide-eyed at what Izuku just said and start feeling bad. The general studies students especially felt bad because they couldn't make it into the hero course and felt cheated because of it. They kinda disliked and felt jealous of the hero course students who did make it and held it against them. Thanks to Izuku though, they now know that they shouldn't hurt others because of this and because deep down they still want to be heroes. The hero course students felt bad because they forgot one of the most important parts of being a hero, staying calm in times of panic and make sure to help others. Finally, other course students felt bad because they are there to learn how to support or help promote heroes, not cause them more problems. After apologizing to the push-down students and helping them up, everyone then started to calmly walk to the safe zones. Izuku's friends start to congratulate him as he gets off of Ida's shoulders. I told you that you are a perfect choice for class president. Momo says with a smile as she helps him to the ground. Izuku smiles then walks towards Mina. Izuku helps up Mina who smiles at him. Thanks for the help, Midori. Izuku blushes at this. Midori? Mina giggles at him. Yeah, that's your new nickname. I want to reward you for the help and a cute new nickname sounds perfect for someone like you. I hope you like it. Mina winks then runs off and Izuku while bushing starts walking to their class's safe zone with his friends. Outside UA gates. The police came and escorted the media off school grounds. Niza meanwhile is looking at gate entrance where there is nothing there but dust. Aizawa walks up and narrows his eyes. Who do you think did this? Niza shakes his head. I don't know. But I do know that this is a sign of things to come and a message. Niza then walks back towards the school with Aizawa. This is either a warning or a declaration of war. Sorry for not putting up any new chapters in a while. I have just been so busy with work, especially since the holidays are around the corner, that I have not been able to make any new chapters. However, I have still been thinking of ideas to use for more chapters and even thought of some other works I would like to make. Until then, please wait till I am less busy to make more chapters. I would also like to use this chapter to explain some things in the story and tell you other story ideas I have. First off, the reason I used Iroh as Izuku teacher was because I felt that Zoro's teacher was kinda bland and Iroh would be really fun to write in. While he is not bad, there really isn't much to him except his daughter, but because she is not in this story then there would be even less to his character. Iroh though feels like he would be a great teacher and can form a bond with Izuku as well. I also do plan to have Iroh have an important part in the story later. Look forward to the sports festival. I will not add any more Avatar characters though, even though Todoroki is kinda like Zuko, and Hawkeye Mihawk is also the only One Piece character. Though I will either make references or add background characters too. Fill any roles I need but won't be around long. I do not really want to mix too many One Piece characters, ideas, and powers because this story would become too complicated and not easy for me to write if I did. If this story was hard to write, then I would not have made it in the first place. I just wanted to write a cool, fun story for everybody to enjoy. I do plan to write more filler chapters to help build up characters' moments and show cool scenes. Like I do want Class 1A to return to the USJ after the villain's attack because there was a special OVA where they do return. I recommend looking it up, it was kinda cool, but I think it was only English subtitled. And finally, if you have any story questions, please put them in the comments. I love AO3 community and sometimes talking to you guys can help me come up with new ideas. Next, these are some future stories I want to write in the future, and I want to know what you guys think. Or if you want to and feel like you want to make these stories, then by all means take these ideas for yourselves to make. Story ideas. Keep in mind all these stories still have Izuku getting one for all and will have all the girls loving him. I believe my main boy deserves a harem and is someone would always drink his respect woman juice. One that I really love Spider-Man, and I want to do a story where Izuku gets bit by an experimental spider while training on the beach to receive one for all. I want to make him have the powers of the Miles Morales Spider-Man because I want my favorite character to have all the cool powers, even though Izuku would be kinda like the Peter Parker Spider-Man. Izuku would not become a vigilante like I see in other stories, and he will be a bigger nerd which helps him make the web shooters. May will really love the web shooters. Another favorite character of mine is Danny Phantom. The idea for this one is that growing up Izuku though he had a very boring quirk that only changed his hair and eyes from black and green to white and blue. He would be picked on for having a weak quirk by Bakugo and other kids but not the adults because to the adults he does have a quirk, so he is better that quirkless and girls think he is cute with the color change. After the sludge villain incident, All Might decides to give Izuku one for all and help train him. While training on the beach a pile of trash will almost fall on Skinny Might, but Izuku pushes him out of the way and the trash falls on him instead. Only for Izuku to phase through it and not be hurt. Then both he and All Might find out there is more to his power than they both thought. Also, the reason Izuku did not find out about his other abilities because he did not want to get into trouble for using his quirk in public and he didn't know what to try or do to make his quirk better. There could or could not be a reason for Izuku not using other ghost abilities, except for intangibility to cause him to trip a lot. Thus, making him seem more like a geek that kids his own age wouldn't want to be friends with. Final story is that Izuku has the powers of Nightcrawler to teleport to wherever he is looking. However, a side effect of Izuku's quirk is that it makes him kinda look like Kurogyri. He will not be related to Kurogyri and Kurogyri will also look different. I got this idea after seeing a picture on the internet of Izuku looking like Kurogyri and after watching the Nightcrawler scene in the second X-Men movie. Here is a picture of Izuku Kurogyri and the one I really like. Though in my story Izuku will also have his freckles glow green as well and he will not have a villain past as shown in the picture. Izuku will grow up with some horrible people calling him a demon. Izuku wants to be a hero to help people and prove he is not a demon. Izuku meets All Might and asks if he can be a hero even if he looks evil. All Might does say yes, he can, but then both get distracted by an explosion. All Might sees how heroic Izuku is to help save Bakugo, who also calls him a demon and the one who started the insult, and will give him one for all and help Izuku become a hero. An idea that I don't know if I should add but seems cool is that when this Izuku goes full cowling, he has an electric halo appear above his head. Again, I don't know if I would add this or not, but I do like the idea. Hope you like these ideas and I hope I get to write them soon.
Thanks for watching, Legends. If you enjoyed this story, make sure to like, share, and subscribe for more epic What If Deku stories and fresh updates. Hit that bell so you never miss the next upload. See you in the next one.